Essentially on time because we've got quite a lot of people here who I believe are wanting to address one of the cases at least. If you want to address the 30 McLean Street case, it's my understanding that there is a sign-up sheet here. If you would record your name on that so that we get it right for the minutes and so on, that would be helpful. So I'm now going to read the required opening statement, which states that this is a special meeting of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment, which is being held on February the 17th, 2016 at 7:30 p.m. in the municipal complex. Pursuant to Section 13 of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of the time and place of this meeting has been given by prominently posting the sunshine notice of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment. Such notice has been placed on the official board at the Princeton Municipal Complex and by transmitting a copy of the notice to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, The Times, Trentonian, Comcast Media, and by filing a copy with the clerk of Princeton on the first day of February 2016. So that's that. If you would call the roll.
Ms. Clayton?
Here.
Mr. Cohen?
Here.
Ms. Colson?
Here.
Ms. Farrington? Mr. Floyd? Ms. Rockstrom?
Yes, here.
Chairman Royce?
Yes.
Ms. Suri?
Here.
Mr. Tenable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good. We're going to start with the 35 Hillside Road case, which has got the case number Z1616-316V. And I understand that people are here to present that case. I'm moving the 30 McLean Street to the second position so that we have an open-ended period for discussion to make sure that we hear all the people who are present who wish to address it. I'm going to ask Mr. Bridger if he would to read the essence of his memorandum to the board on this case.
Mr. Bridger, before we swear you in, I'll just note for the record the noticing is in order and the board has jurisdiction to hear this application. Do you swear from your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Good evening. The applicant's requesting a hardship variance C1 and in the alternative a C2 pursuant to Section 10B20 of the former Princeton Township Land Use Ordinance to permit the development of a single-family dwelling on a non-conforming lot in exception to the required lot width. Subject property is located in the R6 zone and is subject to the use and bulk regulations in accordance with Sections 10B253 and 255 and 246 of the former Princeton Township Land Use Ordinance. The existing single-family use is permitted as of right. The subject lot is non-complying with respect to the required lot width. The requirement's 85 feet. The existing is 80 feet. The applicant intends to demolish the existing single-family house and construct a new dwelling. The applicant should address whether they have contacted the adjoining property owners and offered to either sell or buy property to make their lot complying. As I said earlier, they've requested a C2 and in the alternative a C1 and in the alternative a C2. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Bridger? Thank you, Mr. Bridger.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Tarr, if you would.
Good evening. I'm Chris Tarr, representing the applicant. Ryan Kennedy from my office is here with me, as is Daniel Barsky, who I think has 3 slides to present. If we could all be sworn.
Certainly. Gentlemen, do you swear from any testimony you provide this evening will be truthful?
I do.
I do.
If Mr. Barsky could proceed with his slides.
Please do.
Good evening, board members. My name is Daniel Barsky. I'm presenting on behalf of RB Homes for the variance on 35 Hillside Road. I have 3 quick slides just to go over. So this first slide on the left is the lot on 35 Hillside Road. It's outlined in yellow, and I marked in red the parameters. It is 80 feet wide, 137 and a half feet deep, and it is 11,000 square feet in lot area. To the right is a zoning chart. This lot complies with all the zoning requirements except for lot width. In the R6 zone, 85 feet in width is required. 35 Hillside Road, this lot only has 80 feet. This next slide is an expanded view of the block on Hillside Road. In yellow is outlined the lot we are seeking variance relief for on 35 Hillside. All the lots outlined in green comply with the zoning requirements, and the lots that do not comply with zoning in regards to lot width, and in this case lot area as well, are in red. So more than 2/3 of the lot in this expanded view do not comply with lot width. This last slide here shows 35 Hillside outlined in yellow. It's lot 7, and the 2 adjacent lots. In red, lot 6, that lot does not comply with zoning. It's only also 80 feet wide, so there's no way to purchase any land from that lot to make our lot comply. On the other side, lot 15, that lot does comply. However, as of right now, it's 86 and a half feet. And to make 35 Hillside comply, we need to have 5 feet, which would make that lot non-compliant. So in this instance, there's no way to buy property from adjacent neighbors to make our lot compliant without making theirs non-compliant or extend their non-conformity. And that's our hardship in this instance. And that's it. Quick presentation.
So to confirm for the board, the home that would be built, of course, would comply with all of the zoning regulations. The building envelope is simply 5 feet narrower than would be the case on a conforming lot. And if the board were inclined to approve, we certainly would be willing to accommodate the standard condition that no light source be visible from off the property.
Let me check just one other issue. I don't know what the front yard setback is legally, but are you conforming with the mean setback of the adjacent houses, or are you going the full way?
The township.
Oh, it's a township.
This is a township property.
Sorry, it's an
There's no
irrelevant
prevailing.
question then at this instant. One of these days, the council will actually get a book that we can rely on for all parts of the municipality. That's an aside that you haven't heard. Do you have other?
No, if
Okay.
there are questions, we'd be happy to take them.
Yeah. Do we have questions? It seems to me that this is a very standard request for a C variance for building on an undersized lot, of which something like 60% in the combined borough, former borough and township, fall in that category.
Chairman Royce, do you want to ask for public comment before the board?
Sorry?
Do you want to ask for public comment before the board goes into deliberation?
Yes, I will ask for public comment, but is there anyone in the audience here to comment on this? If you would come forward to the microphone, and you'll have to give us your name and swear to be truthful, and then we are allowed to listen to you.
My name is Jerry Tannenbaum. I live at 430 Ewing Street.
Ms. Tannenbaum, before you continue, if we could swear you in, do you swear or affirm any testimony you give this evening will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is the third tear down this year on Hillside. The houses that are being built on our street are very much, I'm sure, in compliance with the law, but certainly not in character with the neighborhood. So right now we have a house going up on the corner of Ewing and Hillside, where there was one house that was torn down, and now this very enormous house is going up, and another one will also be put on that lot. The one that's proposed this evening will be in the lot next to that. So in a neighborhood that has been traditionally small houses of middle-income people, now we'll have these three enormous houses on our street. My concerns are the aesthetics of it. My concerns are the changes in the neighborhood. The houses that are being taken down typically would sell somewhere in the $400,000, $500,000 range. The new houses, of course, are $1.25 to $1.5 million. So if we're trying to maintain any kind of diversity in our town, this certainly does not lend itself to that. That my neighborhood is becoming not a traditionally middle-income neighborhood any longer, but one that is not affordable. I'm sure that there's nothing that I can do about this other than to express my concerns, my displeasure, and for you to be thinking about, what do you really want our town to look like? I know that I'm not happy with what my neighborhood looks like, okay?
We, as you well know, have no jurisdiction in the arena that you've just talked about.
And what I think
We have
is...
written to the town council, I think, 3 years in a row now, suggesting the sort of issues that you have raised, but so far the council hasn't had the opportunity to...
Well, I urge you to pressure them
And I think
to
that the
keep
thing to
at it.
do is to put pressure on the council.
And I have spoken with them,
Yes.
and I'm asking you also to champion the cause.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who wishes to address this case? If you would go through the same ritual,
Hi, Ken Kowalski. I
you
promise
have
to tell
to
the
swear
truth.
to the
Is there affirmative
satisfaction.
testimony will be truthful?
Everything I say will be true.
Thank you.
Okay. What draws people to our community up there where Mr. Barsky's building a house is just the beauty of the community and what makes it so are the trees. But as I'm watching 8 or 9 or 10 houses being constructed around us, I'm watching bulldozers tear trees apart, tear the ground up, and we're living in a construction zone. There's a house on between Ewing and Linden that was halfway torn down in December, still halfway torn down. Do you know what it's like to live in a construction zone? Every time you walk down the block, there's debris, there's things, there's smoke sometimes. I hope who's ever sitting there has a chance to come by and walk through our neighborhood sometimes. It's a beautiful neighborhood. The trees have been torn down. I no longer have birds coming to my bird feeder. I mean, that probably doesn't matter to anybody here. You think I'm ridiculous, right? But that's how our environment is being impacted. I know you can't do anything. But once again, I'm just here to say it. Thank you. Hi. I'm not sure I want to, because there's vindictiveness in the town. Okay, that's all right.
Good. Anyone else? Good. So, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you over there.
I'm Susan Jeffries, and I just have a question. What is your jurisdiction? Are you not able to either approve or not approve a variance? And would
We
not-
can approve or not approve a requested variance for reason, and the situation basically is that, as I said earlier, about 60% of the lots everywhere in Princeton, these may be 3-acre lots, but they're still undersized for the zone they're in, and the situation has been that there is a right, presumably, to build on a piece of property. as long as you comply with the ordinances that govern that piece of property, but also recognize that it's an undersized lot. So what the applicant is guaranteeing is that the setbacks prescribed for this area will be observed, floor area ratio will be of a correct number, height to setback ratio, and all of the things that in principle impact on the neighbors will be taken into account. And then I have had a suggestion this evening that my favorite pollution problem, which is light pollution, which is going to be taken care of in as much as exterior lights will not be directly visible from neighboring properties, and the light will only fall within the boundaries of the piece of property.
Sir,
And unless we, turn it down in a sense capriciously, because it is meeting all of the requirements, we have no other recourse as far as I can see.
I guess I would suggest that those of us who live in neighborhoods now under attack would ask you not capriciously but thoughtfully to reject these frequent requests for variances that change the nature of our in-town, in my case, neighborhoods. I think that's part of your duty as a citizen and taxpayer of Princeton. And I also think that because precedents have been meted out slowly, drip, 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 over, decades, and now they're speeding up, that maybe everyone needs to review how variances are approved. And I would ask you not to pass or accept this variance or provide it.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I don't mind, but I don't.
Okay. All right. So we have a decision to make. You've heard arguments. Do I have a motion to accept or reject this, and then a seconder to that motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve it. We have no choice, but I'll make a motion that we approve it.
We have a motion to approve because we have no choice. Is there a seconder to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a seconder. Could you call the roll for us, please?
Ms. Clayton?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Coulson?
Yes.
Ms. Rockstrom?
Yes.
Chairman Boyce?
Yes.
Ms. Suri?
Yes.
Mr. Tenable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you heard the comments of the members of the audience. And since you're doing it on my road as well, I would appreciate you clearing up the dirt there also. We're now going to hear the second case of the evening, which is for a major site plan with variances. This is the 30 McLean Street situation. We accepted this under our jurisdiction last time, and the file number for this case is Z1515-237UVP. I think there are quite a number of you who probably wish to address this case. What I would like to do is to get a presentation by the applicants and then let members of the board ask questions at that point, and then I will open up the floor to members of the audience who wish to address the case. If there are a lot of you, it would be helpful if you could state as concisely as you can your for or against or whatever your feelings are, and if you're just trying to repeat something that somebody else says, endorse that and add your own special piece to the end of that presentation. But we are prepared to stay until we've heard everyone and made a decision on this case this evening. So, Mr. Bridger, are you going to give us the essence of your memorandum?
Actually, I'm going to have Lee Solo, the planner, go through the application. So,
And board members, you know, you did take jurisdiction of the application at your last meeting, but the applicant again renoticed by certified mail, so the board certainly has jurisdiction to hear the case tonight.
Do you have a microphone? It's probably...
Yeah, I
you
do. I just
good.
want to make certain. Can everybody see that, or it's probably not very good for the audience?
If you tell us what it is, we'll recognize it immediately.
Good evening. Karen, did you want to swear me in too, or?
Mr. Soul, you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening. What I'd like to do is do a summary of the staff reports, share with you some of the staff comments, and walk you through the application. As the chair indicated, this is a use variance, preliminary and final site plan with bulk variances for 30 McLean Street. I'm going to be speaking using, in your packet, it's sheet C5. We'll label that, I guess, Z1. This is the landscape and lighting plan in the packet. What I've done is labeled the streets, and dark brown is the existing building, light brown is proposed, and gray is the proposed parking area. As you can see from the map, the property in question is located at the corner of John and McLean Street. The lot is 7,473 square feet in area. It contains a three-story building which has 5,852 square feet. It is the old Masonic Lodge, locally known as. The site itself is mostly covered by the building and parking that already exists. The applicant is proposing an adaptive reuse of the building by converting the Masonic Lodge into 10 residential units and adding an enclosed stair tower to the north. That's this light brown, so the existing building is shown here outlined in black and color in brown. The stair tower is here. On either side of the stair tower is a landscaped area. Further to the north behind that is a gray area. That's 10 parking spaces being proposed. There is landscaping and fencing along the perimeter of most of the site. A dumpster enclosure is located here in the northeast corner of the site. The existing three-story building will become a four-story building by respacing the floors within the existing building. So the building won't get any higher. The exterior will look pretty much the same. There will be some new windows and doors to allow for that extra floor, but within the existing volume of the building, there will now be 4 stories where there were 3. The 10 units that I mentioned that are being proposed, 2 will be efficiencies, 3 will be 1-bedroom units, and 5 will be 2-bedroom units. They vary in size. I did send you an addendum. My report incorrectly noted the units as being 400 to 500 square feet. Some of them do exceed 1,000. They're 2-story, and I didn't pick that up. In addition, 2 of the units are proposed to be affordable under the COA, Council on Affordable Housing Criteria rules. Princeton's housing consultant has recommended that one of those units be a low-income unit and one of the units be a moderate income. She has further recommended that one of the units should be a 2-bedroom unit, so that'll be a family unit as opposed to an efficiency or 1-bedroom, which is for either a couple or for a single. This property is located in the R4 zone. It's the former borough R4 zone, which permits single-family, 2-family, attached dwellings, and multifamily dwellings. The surrounding uses are primarily residential in nature, and they are single-family, some 2-families, and some multifamilies in the area. In the zoning officer's report, he's determined that there are use variances. There are 2 specifically. The first is FAR, for floor area ratio. 45% is permitted, 82% exists, and 125 is being proposed. This is considered what's technically a D4 variance under the municipal land use law. He's also indicated that there's a density variance where the density in the R4, it's a little bit different than typically found, and it's very different than in the township, where it can either be a calculation of the lot area and the number of habitable rooms. Derek has provided that calculation for you, and he's determined that the proposed 10 units would require a lot area of 20,800 square feet. This would equate to a density of about 20.9 dwelling units to an acre. In my report, I looked at it as a conventional density calculation, taking the gross area by the number of lots, and that results in about 58.3 dwelling units an acre. So you have two ways to calculate it, but Derek has used the borough code in terms of the lot area. He's found that to be a density variance. That's considered a D5 variance under the municipal land use law, and as a D5 and a D4, D variances are use variance. In addition to those two use variances, there are a number of bulk variances that are associated with this application. They are listed under 17A 258 for the R4 zone. The first is the maximum number of units that are permitted in a structure. 3 are permitted, 10 are being proposed. The maximum number of stories, 3 are permitted, 4 is proposed. The maximum building coverage is 30%. The existing site has 27.36, and 31.7% is being proposed. There's a requirement for usable open space calculated at 2,600 square feet, and none is being proposed. The amount of parking, 15 spaces are required, 10 are being proposed. The dimensions for parking space should be 9 by 19, and the applicant is proposing 8.5 by 18. And then there is a variance under Section 17A 365E1, which deals with light spillage onto adjacent properties, and at the entrance and the parking lot, there is some light spillage that has occurred. In my report, I've asked that the applicant provide testimony on the special reasons for granting the requested use variance and how the granting of the variance would promote the purposes of zoning that's normally referred to as the positive criteria. I've also asked the applicant to provide additional testimony on the negative criteria, which is whether there is any substantial detriment to the public good. In other words, what impact will there be upon the neighborhood with the granting of the variance, and whether the community's zone plan and zoning ordinance would be substantially impacted. In other words, is it consistent with the master plan and the R4 zoning guidelines? As you can see from the staff reports, our overriding concern really is with the density in the FAR variance, as well as the amount of parking that's being provided. Just by way of comparison, as I indicated, taking a straight dwelling unit per acre, this comes out to 58.3 dwelling units an acre, or under the borough's habitable room, 20.9 units. The FAR, again, is 125%, where 45 is permitted. In my report, I point out that the Waxwood, which was recently a redevelopment project similar to this, taking, in that case, a nursing home and converting it into apartments buildings, that's at a gross density of about 23.7 dwelling units an acre. Across John Street, down over here, Merriwick Stanworth is currently being redeveloped by the university, and that density is at around 13 dwelling units an acre. We find that the surrounding area seems to be somewhere between 12 and 14 dwelling units an acre. Also, by way of comparison, Avalon Bay, which is not in the immediate neighborhood but within walking distance, was developed at 38.9 dwelling units an acre. That's including the parking garage and the hospital site, none of the surrounding single-family homes or the office building land. Can't give you additional information on the FAR variance. That was not readily available. I don't know whether the applicant was able to obtain any, but he should discuss a little bit on the FAR as well. We also note that many of the recent redevelopment projects in the area do provide more parking than is being proposed here. Again, with the Waxwood being the most similar type of redevelopment, where they provided 1.35 parking spaces per unit. Avalon Bay is at 1.5. The Merrick Stanworth University project is slightly lower, but that was set knowing the university was going to occupy it, and they run their own bus service for the residents who live there to get to work or class. We've also asked the applicant to discuss the reasons for respacing the floor and adding a fourth floor. It really impacts that FAR variance, as well as for the number of stories, and to try to address the exceeding 3 units per structure. We note in the report that the coverage variance is mostly the result of the enclosed stair tower. That also does add to the FAR. And we point out that consideration should be given to the SPRAB recommendation, which I believe you all received, that commented that the stairs should be incorporated into the existing building. That would reduce coverage slightly, but more importantly, the FAR. While no usable open space is provided for this project, Community Park is about 1,500 feet away. The Lido Street Pocket Park is probably within 400 feet of the site. Staff recommends that the light spillage variance should be eliminated. We don't think that's a hard fix at all. If you bear with me, I'll go through just a couple of site plan comments. I'm going to try to summarize Derek and Jack's report as well, and at the end, maybe if I miss anything, they'll highlight some of their points. First, we all agree we'd like the applicant to comply with the board's landscape consultant's recommendations regarding planting type and site details. He had a number of concerns given the tight constraints of the site, the compacted soil, and the limited space that is available for trees to grow, and would like to see some changes in types and species. The land use engineer advises that the applicant has reduced impervious coverage by about 1,000 square feet. Thus, stormwater management is not required. There won't be a detention basin on the site. However, he does recommend that the roof leader at the southwest corner of the building should be tied into the municipal storm sewer to collect the runoff from the roof. He's also asked for a trenched drain at the driveway to the parking lot that would also be tied into the municipal storm sewer, and that would convey most of the runoff from the parking lot. We all note a traffic and parking report has been provided to you by the applicant. This report indicates that the proposed development will result in 4 additional cars during the AM and the PM peak hour. That's a fairly low traffic generation. It's based upon information in the U.S. Census that indicates that there are very few drivers who commute from this census tract by single occupancy vehicles. Staff does have a concern with the on-street parking analysis. Under our current parking regulations, the residents of the proposed facility will not be eligible for overnight parking on municipal streets. Therefore, additional on-site parking provisions should be provided. The way the ordinance works right now, and Derek, jump in if I say this wrong, is if you live in a house or a development that provides some parking, you don't get an overnight parking permit. If you have none at all on your site, then you do. So under current regulations, they would not be allowed to get a parking permit and park on the street overnight. The application indicates that a green roof will cover 50% of the roof area. We've asked that a detail be provided. It's something we think is important and would add to the community. And then they submitted a green checklist as required with the application, indicating that they will seek what's called a LEED Gold. That's a fairly high standard in terms of sustainability in green building. We'd like the applicant to confirm that. We see that as a plus. I hope you all got the SPRAB report, because if not, I can summarize their comments. Was that sent out? Okay, then I won't take time to go through their 16 recommendations regarding it, other than to note SPRAB had some concerns with the density, but felt that if the zoning board is comfortable with the density, that the variances would make sense. I think there's a common thread here that the adaptive reuse of this building is a good thing. There are questions regarding the overall density, the amount of FAR, and then whether or not the parking is adequate, and if it is not, whether the spillover will have a negative impact on the community. That's a summary of the staff comments. Derek, Jack, did you want to add anything before I take questions?
I don't have anything to add.
No, I think Lee covered everything.
I don't know if there are questions for me, or if you want me to just turn it over to the applicant.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Soto? I think
Thank you.
that was a very nice summary. Thank you. Sir, now it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lee. For the record, my name is Christopher DeGrezia from the law firm of Drinker, Biddle, and Reith, here on behalf of the applicant, Princeton McLean, LLC. This is a really unique application this evening. We are talking about a unique property and a unique building. There's really no other building quite like this in all of Princeton. Lee mentioned it, and you're going to hear it over and over again this evening. This is an adaptive reuse. And that's a very important concept because we're not starting with a blank page. We have an existing site that's completely developed, and we have a building that's existing. We recognize its historic elements, we recognize its characteristics, but we are using that building and trying to find a way to take that existing building and integrate it into the neighborhood. And that's been our whole purpose from the beginning. So as you hear the testimony, you'll hear how this building is not getting bigger. We're not expanding the walls. We're not making it larger. We're using it more efficiently. And there's an old fire escape in back, and we're knocking that off and putting in a separate stairwell for safety reasons. But the building itself, the volume is not changing. The applicant here is an LLC, and its members, some of them live and work right here in Princeton. And because of that, they are very sensitive to the neighborhood and the community. And when this project first started, the first thing they did was go door to door. They knocked on the doors of all the people that they could find in the area. They had community meetings. I was at one over a year ago where they rented out the Arts Council room and filled that up to talk about it. And as a result of these sit-down meetings and larger meetings, there were certain themes that developed. And those themes became goals. Oh, sorry. For example, one of the themes is to preserve the historic facade. Both the applicant and the neighborhood really appreciate the building and would like to keep it the way it is, to bring out some of the historic elements and just preserve it. And not only preserve it, but find a way to take care of it into the future. So that was one of the common themes and goals. One of the other interesting things we found with sitting down with the people that live in the surrounding area is that one of the concepts we had was a big building, a high-end duplex, and that was uniformly rejected. They did not want to see something that would be considered a McMansion or a high-end building. They felt that it changed the characteristic of the street and the neighborhood, and this applicant agreed. We've spent a lot of time looking at these units and trying to develop cost-effective housing. This proposal tonight has 8 cost-effective units and 2 units that we're proposing to be restricted as affordable housing. And that gives this mix of efficiencies, 1-bedroom, 2 bedrooms, that we really heard that the surrounding neighbors really wanted to see here. Another theme is we wanted to propose something that is substantially less intense than the existing use. Right now, the use is a club use. It's a permitted use. It's been there for decades, and it can continue as a permitted use. It wouldn't require any type of variances to move on. What we are proposing this evening on almost every criteria is substantially less intense. We talked to the neighbors, we heard what they were saying about the big meeting halls, about the bar in the building, about the fights, about the noise, about the disruption. And we are proposing something far less intense. When you look at any measure, in terms of noise, in terms of parking, this is a hall that could seat 100 to 200 people in its main room, and then it has a bar below it. We really considered that in finding something that we would hope fit with the neighborhood. Those are the type of themes that informed the design, and there's a lot of great that comes out of this project. Like I mentioned, affordable housing units, but there's also a lead for homes design, less impervious coverage, more green. There's no landscaping there, the whole beautification of the site. We're very proud of how this developed and how the design came to be, and we think, and we're excited to share this vision with you. With that, I think we'll start off with our first witness, who is applicant's representative, Aubrey Hain. And I think we need to have Aubrey sworn in.
Mr. Hain, and actually, Mr. DeGrazia, why don't you want to swear everyone in right now?
Sure.
Why don't we identify your witnesses? We'll just swear everybody in now.
So why don't we all stand? We have Aubrey Hain, Joshua Zinder, Matt Connors, George Jacomar, and Diane Strauss.
Alrighty, and Mr. DeGrazia will include you just in case you offer any testimony tonight.
To the extent I provide any testimony, I swear affirm to tell the
All right,
truth.
gentlemen, do you all swear and affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
We do. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aubrey Haynes. I'm managing partner of Princeton Property Partners, and we are one of the investors in the project. I have been a member of the Princeton business community for 28 years, have been chairman of the Princeton Chamber of Commerce, and I'm president of the Princeton Carter Rotary Club. So I've worked in this neighborhood for basically my whole career. I live in Mount Laurel. My family's called New Jersey home since the 1680s. We're an old Quaker farming family. I'm the first one off the farm. And I come here tonight to talk about a project which I think is really one of those rare circumstances when the private interests and the public interests converge. And the reason for that is, as Chris mentioned, we held a public meeting. We invited the neighbors to a public meeting at the Arts Council on the 21st of January of last year. So over a year ago, we sat with at least 70 of the folks from the neighborhood, and we presented to them our thoughts for the building, and they had several hours to communicate with us their concerns for the property. And the consistent theme was, I heard a number of the neighbors say, we would really like to be able to have property development in our neighborhood that results in apartments or dwelling units that our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren can live in and that they can afford. And I sympathize with that because I'm concerned that my children and grandchildren may not be able to afford New Jersey given the trends. But the reason why that is consistent with our values as investors is because we seek to build long-term value in the properties that we develop, and it is our intention to be in front of this board on many occasions in the future, and we hope that the legacy of what we build in this community is something that we are proud of and that you will be proud of. Every property is very, very different. This one, as Chris mentioned, is unique. Our goal, actually, Chris misspoke. We did not have any intention from the very beginning of developing a single family home out of this building. There are certainly developers in the neighborhood and in the community who would look at this property and say, let's build a McMansion. Let's knock the building down and build as much as we can get on the lot. And that is not our philosophy, because our goal is to build long-term value for ourselves and for the community. And so the path of least resistance with this building would be to build a McMansion. I don't believe we would require nearly as many variances. I believe we would be able to go in front of the planning board because we would be offering an as-of-right project. And by the way, the problem with our situation is that we have, I know the model, the financial model, and I know that we're asking for a lot with 10 units, and that has been a consistent theme I've heard from many officials in the community, that 10 units, do you have to do 10? Can you do 5? Can you do 6? Well, because of the affordable component, each 5 units requires an affordable unit, or each 4 units requires 1 affordable unit. In order to carry the weight of the economic burden of the affordable units, which we are happy to do, we need to have enough market units that are generating income to cover the fact that the affordable unit is basically not worth anything to the investors. And that's an economic argument, but what it results in is that the model falls apart if we go to 8 units or 6 units. If we go to 4 units with 1 affordable, we're building 4 very large units. We're then competing with Avalon Bay and some other more expensive developments in the community, and then we've lost the consistency, the convergence between the public and the private that we had felt we were aiming for after the public meeting that we had. So the problem is, if we can't get the units that we've proposed, then we go to Plan B, which is we build the as-of-right, and that's a lose-lose. We would prefer to have a win-win solution. And I know a lot of people in the community who've looked at this said this is very dense, it's setting a bad precedent, it's a much higher number of units per acre, density, FAR, by all those measurements, yes, technically, yes, that's correct. We are coming to this board to seek a variance because the Zoning Board of Adjustment knows you're here because the zoning ordinance is not perfect, and that's why variances are granted to allow applicants to be able to proceed with projects that don't fit within the box of the zoning ordinance. Because this is such a unique project and is outside of the box of the zoning ordinance, we are seeking relief, and we're hoping that in exchange for that, we're offering enough to the community. And if we can't prove that to the community, that we're offering value to the community, then you must deny our application. Because unless we are meeting the criteria that I believe our planner will argue that we do meet, then we do not deserve the variances that we're asking for. But the bottom line is we want to create, and we are hoping that you will approve our application for a cost-effective dwelling, 10 dwelling units for the neighborhood, so that the folks that live here can enjoy their children and grandchildren here in the community, and that the project maintains consistency with the surrounding neighborhood, because clearly a McMansion would not be consistent with the neighborhood. And we've studied and heard a lot of the arguments that have been made with respect to the historic district in this community, and to have a 7,000 square foot single family home in the middle of this neighborhood would be completely inconsistent with that historic district. So we very much appreciate your attention tonight, and I will let the professionals do their job. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'd like to continue with having our architect, Joshua Zinder. Before you get started, I'd like to have you qualified. Although he's appeared before this board before, would you like us to go over his qualifications?
I don't think we need a recital of
Okay.
those.
Okay.
And
So you
it's
accept-
what he says that's important.
Okay, thank you for having me. Ms. Joshua Zinder.
Hold on a second.
Mr. DeGrazia, just for the record, Mr. Zinder, if you could just confirm that you are a licensed architect in New Jersey?
Yes,
Okay.
And you have testified before the
and I have
boards?
testified
Okay.
before.
Thank you.
So my name is Joshua Zinder. I represent Joshua Zinder Architecture and Design, an architect here in Princeton. I also am a resident of Princeton. I live on Moore Street. The 30 McLean property offers a unique opportunity for an adaptive reuse of a historic structure. It is a structure with a rich history and like no other building in Princeton. The owners intend this to be a green project, getting it certified, hopefully gold, through the LEED for Homes certification process. The site is located in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood, a short walk to Nassau Street, Palmer Square Public Library, a 10-minute walk to the heart of the university, and a bit longer to the new Dinky Station. It's a property ideally located for those people who are looking for the special qualities that our wonderful, walkable town offers.
Josh, before you go on, how would you like us to mark the PowerPoint as Exhibit A1 altogether and just describe the page, or?
Why don't we call it A1 altogether, but we can describe each slide as you go through it, and that's what we'll put in the record of the meeting. One question for you, Mr. DeGrazia. Is Mr. Zinder also a member of the LLC?
Yes.
You are, okay.
He is.
So here you see an aerial photograph of the existing building. The building sits on the corner of McLean and John Street and has since 1924. In this design, we are trying very hard to be respectful of the neighborhood in scale and character. We understand the building as a 4-story structure in this neighborhood is unique and can be deceiving in scale. We will be inserting 10 units into the existing volume of the building. They will range in size from 400 square feet to 1,000 square feet. We want to restore and enhance this historic building. Here you see the John Street elevation. You can note that there's a single existing entrance on this side of the street, which will be maintained and will become one of the entries to the dwelling unit. And we'll also be opening up the existing windows that were closed off, as far as we can tell, sometime in the 40s or 50s, on the ground floor level. Here you see the McLean Street elevations inside. This stair will also be access points for 2 of the units. We will be modifying this stair and the other stair because the masonry is actually failing right now, and we need to fix that for the final project. And we'll also be reopening the windows on McLean Street as well. And then here you see the McLean Street, the parking side, and you see the fire escape, the multiple windows, and we'll be enlarging and opening the ground floor windows here as well. And we'll be using the existing openings to tap into for our stair tower.
Josh, can you go back to that picture again, just real quickly? And that's pretty much all developed all the way to the building? There's no...
Yeah, there's asphalt from property line up to the
property
building. The entire site is covered in asphalt right now.
Thank you.
Okay, here you see the existing sign over the McLean Street entrance and the cornerstone. The current owners will be giving the sign over the door and the cornerstone back to the masons, and we will be reinserting them and reinstalling them. We'll be duplicating them so that we can maintain those historic elements on the building, but the original elements will be turned over to the masons at the appropriate time. These are important historic markers on the building, and we hope to be able to maintain it. you see the site plan. The building will have 6 entrances. 5 will be independent and will have direct access from the outside to their units. The 6th entrance will be into the stair tower and will access 5 of the units. We've located 2 patios on either side of the stair tower. We feel this would contribute to the open space and would be a nice amenity for the tenants. The 2 spaces will act sort of like a front porch for the tenants. In addition, they'll also have their stoops as well for connection to the neighborhood. The patios represent approximately 650 square feet, excuse me. We have accounted for 10 parking spaces, including 1 handicap space, which will be dedicated to the handicapped accessible unit. We have also included a trash enclosure. SPRAB had suggested this trash enclosure be pressure-treated fencing, but based on our LEED certification that we're trying to get, we're going to be using a thicker grade of cedar so that we don't impede our certification. We are improving the impervious coverage on the site by introducing landscape buffers. And just as a note, we will no longer be seeking the lighting variance, the light bleed variance. We're going to resolve all the light on the property.
In terms of numbers, we're reducing impervious by around 1,000 square feet?
I believe so.
Okay.
We are going to be locating a historic marker on the property on McLean Street. This monument, which we show here, will be a brick and stucco structure similar to the building. We'll have a metal sign with some historic information. Since 1905, this site has been occupied by an African-American fraternal organization, first the Elks, and then for 92 years, the Masons, until last year when they sold the building to the current owner. The current owner wants to commemorate this history with this monument, and we are hoping that some of the community members and the Masons will help us with the draft of the text that we're working on here. It's not final. We're hoping for community input. The monument as shown will also have an LED light underneath the bluestone edge. This will be on a timer so that it won't be on all night long as well. So if we look at the first floor plan, we have 3 units on the first floor, a 2-bedroom flat, a handicapped accessible studio, and the first floor of a duplex. Each of these units enter directly from the outside. These units range from 470 to 700 square feet. As Lee mentioned, we've had some discussions with the Affordable Housing Agency in the last year in Princeton in the last 2 weeks, and it was requested that we change our 1-bedroom unit to a 2-bedroom unit, which we've accommodated on this first floor, so now we have a 2-bedroom flat on this floor. It does increase our density slightly because it's based on the bedrooms, but it does not affect FAR, and it doesn't increase our overall volume, and it allows us to meet the request of the Affordable Housing Group. The window wells that were noted in the SPRAB report along the alleyway have been eliminated. The existing windows that are on that side of the building will remain in their current size in the alleyway. There will be 3 window wells located along John Street. The stair tower, which we're adding onto the building, will contain fire access stair, area for mail, bike storage, and a space potentially for a future elevator if the developer, if the owner decides that it's the right thing to do. We also have high-density bike storage in the stair tower, which you can see here. We'll be able to fit between 16 and 20 bikes in the stair tower. The window wells that we have on John Street will have a similar metal grate to what you see here in the picture, which is actually on Palmer Square. We also expect to have outside bike racks, and we hope to use this concealed rack system so that it does not impact the ground plane when they're not in use. The second floor of the project, Unit 3 on this floor plan, we have the bedroom level of Unit 3, which is internally accessed within the unit. We also have two one-bedroom units and a studio unit. Units 4 and 5 will have street access, and Unit 6 will be accessed from the stair tower. These units range from 400 to 475 square feet, not including the second floor of Unit 3. That was in the earlier calculation. If we move up to the third floor has the first floor of 4 duplexes, and these duplexes range from 740 square feet to 1,000 square feet, and internal stairs connect them all to their bedroom levels above, and these units are all accessed from the stair tower. The fourth floor, you have the bedroom level of the duplexes, all accessed with internal stairs, and each one of them are 2-bedroom units. You can also see that on the top of the stair tower, we are concealing the mechanical equipment. See here as well. We want to note that the green roof that Lee mentioned, which we had hoped to include in the project, we will be eliminating, as the existing structure cannot bear the weight of the green roof system. Instead, we will be using a white roof to reduce heat island effect, and the covered entries will have metal roof on them as well. We sized the stair tower structure to be as small as possible in order to fit a code-compliant stair, possibly the future area, and an entry area for mail collection, and allow for the connection to the existing building. It connects through existing openings. In addition, the tower allows us a way to screen the mechanical equipment from view and not impact the ground plane with unsightly condensers and such. It was also suggested...
Josh, that bottom graphic on the bottom of the sheet shows the arrangement of condensers and air conditioning units.
Right, that's as we have them laid out now. They might be in a different arrangement.
Yeah.
Either way, you can see in the section that's up here that the units cannot be seen from the ground, that they're completely screened.
Thank you.
And it was suggested during the SPRAB meeting that we incorporate the stair tower into the existing structure. If we were to do this, we'd lose 2 to 3 apartments and approximately 1,200 square feet. And the stair would have a much darker circulation path, as it would be internal to the building. The stair that we've created allows us to create a light, open-filled space, which we feel promotes health and well-being of the tenants, and to be honest, of the neighborhood as well, because you can see people coming in, moving around, and sort of using this building just like they'd be going in and out of their front porch, etc. So, I know in the reports there's been a lot of notice, and maybe some of this had actually come from our original submission, but there is actually there are 4 floors in the building currently. There's a first floor, which originally we had noted as the ground floor. There's a second floor, originally noted as the first floor, third floor, and there's a mezzanine. The mezzanine does qualify as a floor based on the existing zoning and codes in Princeton. It has the code compliant head height, and it has windows on that floor. And so the existing building is actually a 4-story structure. It is contained in the volume that we have, which visually from the outside might appear to be 2 or 3, depending on how you're looking at things. So we're not adding a floor. What we are doing is we're completing the floor. We're filling in that floor space that we have, which is currently the meeting room, and we will be modifying the the joist structure above to take advantage of the raised ceiling that we have in that space. We have been asked a number of times, and it's been noted in the engineering report, that we're respacing the floors. We hope to avoid doing this. Our goal is to keep the floors where they are. The reality is it's a much more cost-effective solution for us to keep the floors as they currently are. We may have to respace the floors for structural reasons, and we're still investigating this. But we do hope to keep the floors where they are. The volume of the main structure is not changing. 4 stories exist, and we will not be raising or changing the roof height. The existing volume of this historic building will not change. Now, I've said that a number of times over the last couple of weeks and months, and I know during the SPRAB discussion there was a lot of difficulty really understanding that. So we're going to show you this quick little diagram. So here's our building. We add studio apartment and the two-bedroom flat. We then add the two-bedroom duplex. We then add the one-bedroom apartment and, we have 2 one-bedroom apartments and studio apartment. And then we drop in 4 duplexes on top of that. And all of those elements fit inside this volume. And the head heights in the ceiling heights in the space, I wouldn't say are generous, but they're certainly not really any different than you might find in any one of the homes in the neighborhood or throughout Princeton for that matter. So we were asked by SPRAB to look at the color options for the buildings, and we're certainly open to discussing this. We have looked at a number of options, and there are some really interesting and intriguing possibilities. So I'll just flip through them quickly. You know, this was to make the stair tower lighter, keeping the darker window systems that we had. Here we made the stair tower match the smoke gray of the sign. And here we had the terracotta, which we hope to use for the stair tower with using a light metal for the window system. And then this is the design that we initially had proposed. Our color selection was based on the fact that we're going to be removing the blue paint from the soldier courses and the brickwork that's on the building right now. And the bricks that are there are really a really rich terracotta color, which we liked, and so we were trying to pull that terracotta color into the stair tower. And the gray color we were lifting off of the signboard. Here it's showing up a little bit dark, but the intent is to match that sign that's above the door in color. We felt that the colors that we were representing were sympathetic to the existing building and to the neighborhood. The existing stairs, as I mentioned earlier, are going to be rebuilt, and in the process to build them up, to bring them to code compliance, we wanted to use the existing soldier course on the building and pull that into the stair so that it would help bring a connective element to these stairs. Even though we had to rebuild them, we wanted them to really feel like they were a connected part of the building. We designed the stair tower to respect the historic structure. We did not want to attach it to the building or try to match the existing structure in architectural style, as we felt that that would dilute the existing historic building. So to that end, we separated the stair and we connected it with a glass bridge. And we're going to be tapping into the existing openings, so you'll still be able to see that connection.
So Josh, you're going to be able to see through the stairwell in certain part too, because there's glass on both sides?
You'll actually be able to see directly through the stairwell on sides of the stair throughout to the other building that's on the other side. So even though it's sized the way it is, it also has a significant amount of transparency, so it also is lighter.
And this current color scheme right here is the preferred design?
Well, this is the preferred design, but we are open if the community or the zoning board really, wanted us to shift to one of the other schemes or had some other ideas. We're completely open to modification of the color scheme.
Thank you.
The building does not represent a precedent, as some may claim. It is a unique structure, and there is not a single structure in Princeton which is like it. Many of the variances we are looking for are technical in nature, and we would be dealing with them in any scenario we intended to reuse the existing structure. As the existing structure is a non-compliant structure, it's within the setbacks, it has a larger FAR than is allowed. All of these things we would have to deal with just to keep the structure. So, what we're looking at is to reuse the structure as this adaptive reuse and use it as a way that can be, not just something that's beautiful in the neighborhood for hopefully another 100 years or so, but also can be a community amenity in providing housing. Thank you.
Could I just ask a question about the stair tower?
Sure.
The door at ground level is a lockable door, or is it an open stairwell in?
I think the intent would be that the door at ground level would be a lockable door.
It will?
Would be a lockable door.
Yes.
Yeah. The intent is that it would be lockable for the tenants.
It also provides the area too for the internal storage of bicycles.
Right, so
Can
we
you talk
have
about that?
bicycle storage down there, we'll have mail slots in that space as well. The idea is that that's really the space for everyone in the building.
And the stairs will be constantly illuminated at night?
I expect that the stairs would have illumination. We would probably put a motion sensor on it, would be my thought or suggestion, especially with the lead that we're trying to achieve, because we really don't want it to be on for the neighbors. We'd prefer that after the last person goes up, it turns off shortly after that.
You didn't, you showed on the plan of the parking lot, the garbage disposal area.
Right, garbage enclosure, yep.
And that has got a container that will be removed regularly from the site, and one can back a truck in to get it. Is that the idea?
I believe the plan is that the enclosure is going to be for the tenants.
It's that one.
And then the building managers will be taking, just like everyone else takes their trash out the curb, the building managers will be going here and taking it out to the curb. It's, to be perfectly honest, we haven't looked at whether or not a garbage truck could back in or get access to it. Our thought was that it would really be something that would be handled through the management of the building.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Soren. Can you use a microphone because?
Yes. You indicated the two-bedroom on the first floor will be an affordable unit. Where will the second one be?
The second one will be the handicap unit on the first floor as well.
So they're both on the first floor, okay.
Right, yeah. We had discussions with the affordable group in town, and we had actually initially suggested that one of the one-bedroom units on the second floor would be the affordable, and we tried to rework those units to get a second bedroom into one of those units, and it just didn't work. So that's why we ended up putting the second bedroom down there. So we actually have 6 two-bedroom units now instead of 5.
Members of the board have any questions?
I just have one. Do all the units have washers and dryers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. The window wells in the front, they weren't on the site plan. I don't know if you noticed for the window wells, they were brought up at SPRAB. They weren't on the site plan then, and they were going to go away.
The window wells on...
In the alley between the two?
Sorry, yeah, the window wells on the alley weren't... There was actually a printing issue, which is what... where are we? So the window wells... Here. The window wells that are along the alleyway were not on the drawing, and those are being eliminated. We brought that up during SPRAB.
The site plan, they're not on this, the front ones aren't on the site plan either, and neither is the historic marker.
I mean, Matt's going to be next, right?
Yeah, we'll have our engineer testify next, and he can talk a little bit about that.
Matt?
This is Matt Connors. Matt, before we begin your testimony, can you tell us a little bit about your license and your experience?
My name is Matt Connors. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. I have been practicing for 20 years this year. I'm also licensed in several other states, but that doesn't really...
And you've testified before boards similar to this?
I have testified before boards similar to this, yes.
We'd like to present him as an expert in engineering.
So again, my name is Matt. I work for Engineering and Land Planning. I am the branch manager, and I was the professional engineer responsible for the oversight of the creation of these plans. Sorry.
You can pull it out and hold it.
So this project, which what I'll go through is the plans that we were provided. This is the cover sheet, but why don't we skip to the existing conditions? Okay.
Mr. Connors, just to interrupt you, you want this Exhibit A2?
That sounds great.
Okay.
So can we describe Exhibit A2? How many slides do you have?
We have 9 sheets. The cover sheet was the one that we just went from. This is the existing conditions survey labeled as C2. This is a survey of the existing site. We have McLean Street going north-south on the sheet. However, north is slightly to the northern, the left side of the sheet. But and then we have John Street running along the bottom. The existing site is primarily composed of paving and a building. There is less than 100 square feet of dirt. Everything else they've tried very hard to pave over so that they wouldn't have to maintain it. Along the streets there are a couple of street trees. There are some catch basins. There's a water main, gas along John. And there is a hydrant that looks a little blurry on the sheet, but it is at the intersection of McLean and John Street. We can go to the next sheet. This is sheet C3. This is the site plan for the project. The orientation of the sheet is the same as the prior. What we're doing on this sheet, there's actually 2 sheets following this that break it up into a larger scale. So what I'd like to do, I'm just going to even okay, thank you. So the front of the property where the building is, we're looking at John Street, again along the bottom, and McLean Street along the left-hand side. We are removing paving along John Street that is currently a concrete sidewalk. We're going to pull that back and add planting beds, which I'll discuss later on the landscape sheet. And then moving towards the rear of the building along McCain, go back. Back, bud. There you go. So on the rear of the sheet, we are providing a sidewalk or a walkway that accesses to the rear of the building. And as Joshua had mentioned earlier, that's how they're going to be accessing the stair tower as well as the first floor units. Adjacent to the stair tower are 2 patio units. The front patio is accessed by a walk that is buffered from McLean Street, again by plantings, and from the parking area by other planting, by more plantings. Walking underneath the stair tower, along the walk, we get to the next patio. This patio is elevated because the walk goes down to access the lower level. At the end of the walk is a stair, which gets us up into the patio area. This patio is, again, buffered from parking and the neighbors by plantings. It also has the pop-up bike racks that Josh discussed earlier, and some seating. Moving to the next sheet, again, this is C3, but we just blew it up to a larger scale. This portion here is basically the parking lot. We have 10 spaces with 1 handicap unit. There is a new driveway apron that is being installed, and this is to reposition the existing apron to a better format so that we can get a drive aisle and better parking maneuver. In the upper right-hand corner, we're showing the trash enclosure, which I will say we do know that a trash truck can pull into the driveway. They will pull out the trash containers and then front load them, and then the trash truck can reverse back out. So that traffic movement is planned. The property to the right is buffered by more plantings, which I'll discuss later. And the majority of the majority of the parking area is fenced in addition to the planting screening. Let's go to the next sheet. This is a rendering of the site to give you an idea of what it would look like. So we have some street trees, which are existing. We have the planting areas, and we have the patios and buffering surrounding the parking areas. So this is sheet C4. This is the grading and utilities plan. There is, why don't we go to the next sheet so we can blow it up. So this is the landscaping. Go back. Where are we?
Landscape plan?
No, it should be grading. Where's the grading plan? Yeah, that guy. Okay. So on the grading sheet, what we are providing is basically maintaining the existing grade of the site. We're tweaking some areas so that we can get ADA compliant parking in, and that's up in the parking area adjacent to one of the patios. We are providing a area drain in the vicinity of the walk to the rear of the first floor. Because that's a low level, the grade does drop down. What we want to do is make sure that there's no ponding water in there. We're also picking up, as requested, the scuppers for the corners of the buildings. In the parking area, we added a trench drain, as requested, that collects from the driveway apron and discharges into the existing stormwater system. And then along the front of the building at John Street, we are providing drainage for the 3 window wells. And we've added a line that goes over and picks up the downspout at the corner, at the bottom right-hand corner of the building.
You have 2 downspouts on the John Street front?
On John Street, no, I believe there's only one in the rear corner.
Okay.
And there's one in the rear, and that one in the rear is picked up by the line to the rear of the building. So basically, there's essentially there are 3 drainage lines, and we're tying all 3 of those lines into the existing stormwater system on McLean Street. So this is the sheet C5. This is the landscape and lighting plan. The front of the property, as I said, we're softening that area and pulling back the paving. We have modified the sheets to comply with the planting requests for additional depth to soils, to dig those out and make them more compliant, as well as we've modified the types of plantings to correspond with what the requests were in the report that was issued. There is, I think we had one question, and we're trying to get in touch with them regarding one of their comments on the rear street, but as far as plantings go, we're more than happy to comply with any of the requests that they have. It's all basically in line with what we'd like to see anyway. So, there is, let's see, so continuing with planting, nope, go back. At the rear of the building, we're showing plantings for buffering of the patio areas on both sides, and we are providing lighting at both entries, or both main entries, one along John Street and one along McLean Street, and then the rear walk at the building, we're providing lighting at along the walk as well as at the rear corner for the stairway and safety. This is
To identify the building as a 3-story masonry building?
The surveyors...
I thought you were telling us it was a 4-story one. Or don't you count your stories the same way that I do?
Yes, with some, well, we're looking at the, Yeah, it's a surveyor from outside of the building, but if you look at the ordinance that talks about floor area, it's defined as the total area of all the stories of a structure, and it goes on to include mezzanines. When you look at story, the definition only excludes basement. So if you're going to calculate floor area, it has to be on a story, and there's an existing story. It's just not complete because there's an open area. So there's offices and storage or whatever they use for it right now. We're continuing it. So our position is there's 4 stories, and it will continue to be 4 stories, although we're completing the floor, and we're going to be adding some additional floor area because of that. And we could correct this drawing.
I'll be more than happy to correct the drawing. Surveyors don't usually go inside buildings. Move to the next sheet. So this is, again, the rear of the building where the parking is. We're showing buffering between the parking areas, the adjacent properties, and the patio areas. We have modified the light, which is located by the trash area, to provide shielding for it so we don't have light spillage onto the abutting property. And then there are some minor plantings to buffer the trash enclosure as well.
And Matt, just for clarity, I don't know if you pointed this out, but the dark spaces on the plan, on the patios, are those just graphics depicting like a bench or something?
Yeah, there's 3 dark spaces that are basically movable benches that they can be positioned as needed, but they were to provide outdoor seating for the residences. And there's also 2 seating walls that are located in the patio areas as well. One is there, and the other one, yep, right there.
Thank you.
That's it for this sheet. Moving on.
Can you tell me a little bit about the handicap parking lot you have there? How does somebody in a wheelchair get into the stairwell or the area that would take them into the ground floor or first floor doorways?
So the handicap space has a accessible walk that runs from the aisle down towards the bottom of the sheet, and that grade is 3.9%.
So it goes directly to the sloping
Yep, you can
pathway behind the building?
Yep. So the parking area is a maximum of 2% in any direction per code, and then the accessible route has to maintain a slope less than 5% with a cross slope of less than 2%. So the cross slope of that is, I believe we had it at 1%, and the main slope is at 3.9%, both meet code. And then that ties into the sidewalk, or the walkway, which runs along the rear of the building, as well as tying into the walk that is along McLean Street.
So you can go from the parking lot location into the building without having to go out onto a sidewalk?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And this is sheet C6. This is soil erosion sediment control plan. We are disturbing less than required. However, as a responsible developer, we always try to comply with soil erosion as much as possible. Basically, what we're identifying is soil erosion controls to be placed in the areas of any drain inlets that are within the vicinity of the site, and provide stockpile controls for any stockpiles that would be created, as well as any erosion controls that would be needed for excavation of the site. I think that's it. And this is details and stuff. Do you want me to go into details, or? Okay. One thing I would like to note is on the upper, this is sheet C8 of the details. On the upper right-hand corner of this, we have the trash enclosure, and what this identifies as basically 3 mobile units. These units will be pushed out. They'd be loaded into the trash truck, compacted, pushed back in.
Has opening doors?
It has dual opening doors that open in, to
And
the,
when we have 2 feet of snow, can you get into it, or does somebody have to shovel?
we will be able to get into it. The site maintenance will manage that situation. Walls of, I'm sorry.
Oh, that was me. I was just going to say, during SPRAB, or in one of the reports, they talked about the gate and the fence, and can you talk about the material we're proposing now?
Right. So one of the comments from SPRAB was they felt that the material of the enclosure was not significant enough. It would be damaged and probably not replaced. And had requested that we do pressure treated. However, that would exclude us from our LEED certification. So what we are proposing is 2-by stock of cedar, which is available in many locations, and cladding the structure in that versus the pressure treated material. If anything gets broken, they can replace a slat, keep maintenance up. But the cedar will also weather to a nice gray and blend into the background nicely. And that's it. Any questions? Or?
The southwesternmost parking space is going to be a little tough. There's no real area to, it's just going to be a tough space to maneuver. You've got to go straight back, and it's just going to be snug. I mean, at 8.5 feet wide and 18 feet long, and with the trash enclosure behind it, it's going to be a tight space.
It could potentially be a tight space, however, turning movements were run for all of these, and it is foreseeable.
Just as an aside, would it make any sense to flip the handicap space and the walking space next to it to that side? And then there won't be a car in that corner, it'll just be an access way for the handicap space.
We did evaluate that early on. The problem is because of ADA regulations, we end up regrading a significantly larger portion of the rear of the site. So it makes more sense in the location of where the ADA is, as well as site regulations, to get into the building and to meet access code to keep the handicap spot where it is.
Okay. And the other comment, the 2 patio areas are basically, I guess we'll say, some usable open space. I mean, somebody could put a barbecue out there and use it in nice weather to cook out. I mean, they have benches, so there is a little bit of open space in here.
Correct. I believe they don't meet what the town reg is. I believe it's 20
I can
feet.
see that,
Is that
right.
Yeah. So
I think one of them meets the requirement of having a minimum dimension of 20 feet.
Right, and that would
the other patio is slightly less.
Correct.
So although it doesn't technically meet the requirement, it is usable space. I mean, it's usable in the sense that you can go outside and use it.
Correct.
Only one of the areas actually meet the technical definition as we see it.
Correct.
Because it's over 20 feet.
So the area that meets the technical definition is the one that is on the right-hand side, which has the stair access to it. And the one that doesn't meet it is the one on the left-hand side. However, the one on the left-hand side does have an adjacent walkway to it, which we did not delineate as part of the piece, but in looking at it, you could construe that it is usable as open space as well.
Can I ask you about the stuff on the roof of the stair tower or adjacent to it? You've got a series of heat pumps there, if I understand. Is that right?
I'm not an architect.
We can have our architect answer that.
Somebody else will address that question.
We have our
Okay,
architect answer those questions.
Can we assume that the trash enclosure is also where recycling would go?
Yes.
Or is that
There are
space for that?
There's space enough in there for the main trash enclosure as well as 2 sub-enclosures, and that would be for recycling materials. That would be something that the building management would distinguish with the residents and monitor and maintain.
There was a question in one of the reports about the details to the planting bed. Can you point that out where that occurs on your sheet?
Sure. So on, where are we? We're on sheet C8. There is, on the lower right-hand corner, we have a shrub detail which identifies that the area would be dug out in excess of the root ball, plus I believe it identifies as, I want to say, 8 inches in excess. On the, while we're here, if you look at 2 details above that, we also have a tree planting detail which identifies the root ball to be dug out in excess of what the dimensions are. And then if we go to the landscape sheet, keep going. On this landscape sheet, right smack in the middle of the front planting bed and above it is we had a call out that basically says excavate and replace existing fill to 24 inches. This is essentially what the review report had requested, that there was over excavation and replacement of planting material, so that because of the nature of the area, it was probably compacted. He's probably correct, and this would allow that compacted material to be dug out, replaced with material that is more useful to plants in their growth.
Can you say something more about the location of the affordable apartments and whether you feel that their location will make their residents feel part of the entire building?
Yeah, we'll have our architect talk about that.
So our original goal was to disperse them through the building. So putting them both on the ground floor doesn't make them into a lesser unit. We actually think that it's really a nice amenity to be able to enter them directly from the street, just like, 4 of the other, well, actually 2 of these and 3 of the other units will have access directly from the street. And they're not the smallest units that we have in the building either. So we think that they'll certainly be indistinguishable from any of the units. I don't think that somebody would be able to say from the outside that would be an affordable or not affordable. And we think that they would be wonderful places to live. And there was another question.
They're below grade and they have area wells rather than...
Well, they're not below grade. They're I believe it's 3'6" is one of the patios next to it. But there's a door that comes in right at grade, and there are windows.
I understand that. It's just the bedroom windows on John Street are below grade, and you've got area wells there to deal with it.
Right. The bedroom window that's on John Street has an area well. Unit 3 is not one of the affordables, and it has 2 area wells as well.
Can you please clarify something? Are you having private trash pickup, or are you going to be using the public trash pickup?
I believe it's required that we have private trash pickup.
Yeah. It is? Okay, perfect. Good.
And there was another question, since somebody had, I don't know what it was, but, the question about the roof equipment.
The heat pumps,
right.
I believe, right?
Yeah, so there's going to be a component...
Providing a freon feed to each of the apartments and have a heat exchanger there?
There's going to be a component in each of the units will be a component, so heat exchanger in the units, and then the remaining part of the system will be out on the roof.
Yeah, I mean the pump and the heat exchanger to the outside is on the roof.
Correct.
And then you take a supply of refrigerant or hottant or whatever you want to call it when you're using the warm side, that goes into the apartment.
Correct.
You're not trying to do it with a forced air feed from
No.
there or anything like that. So you're taking the liquid in, yeah, okay.
Right. There will be some air distribution within each of the apartments.
There will be some
air distribution within each of the apartments, just because a single source can't distribute all the air.
To circulate from the heat exchanger in the apartment.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Unless there's any other questions, we'd like to pull up our next witness, George Jacomar. George?
He's over there.
George, we'd like to get you qualified. Could you please state your qualifications?
Yes, good evening. My name is George Jacomar. I'm a principal with BFJ Planning. I have over 40 years of experience as a transportation planner, traffic engineer, parking planner. I teach transportation planning at Pratt Institute in New York City. I'm a licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey, state of New York, and the state of California. And I have testified in front of this board as well as the planning board and the town council as well.
We'd like to provide him as an expert on traffic engineering.
Good evening. We did submit a report to you that addresses the parking impacts and traffic impacts. I will talk primarily about the parking impacts because that is the most significant item that is in front of you. In preparation for this application, we did several things. Here you can see the result of an occupancy survey that we did, a parking occupancy survey in the neighborhood. This was done in May 2015, and it basically shows, if you look at the bottom line, that the spaces, this is on-street parking in the surrounding neighborhood on Witherspoon, John Street, I can't read them all, Quarry, McLean, and Lytle. And you can see that at 4 p.m., the on-street spaces were 36% occupied. At 7 p.m. was 44%, 9 p.m. 36%, and 11 p.m. in the evening 16%. So in the evening, as you know, parking is not allowed past 11 p.m., you can see the number of cars parked on street
Time of
decrease.
year were these measurements made?
Excuse me?
Presumably, this is made on a particular day.
It was Wednesday, I think it was May 27, if I remember correctly. It was a Wednesday night, a weekday. The other survey we did is of the McLean Street lot. That's the next chart. Here we surveyed that also on Wednesday, May 27. And these are the vacant spaces, the vacant permit spaces. In the McLean Street lots, there are about 50 spaces that are permit spaces where the residents can get a permit, or the people that are working in the neighborhood can get a permit to park there. In addition, there are, I think, 5 or 6 spaces that belong to a condominium. So here we're only talking about the permit spaces. Of the 50, you can see that at all those times that we surveyed, there are over 30 spaces available, vacant. And sometimes these surveys were done at 4 p.m., 7 p.m., 11 p.m. We also did a survey, and that was done by Mr. Zinder himself when there was the blizzard, the Jonas blizzard. There were still 24 parking spaces available. That was at 5 p.m. On Saturday, January 23rd. So there are, significant parking spaces available in the neighborhood. But we also, as you will see from the rest of my testimony, we're not proposing to use those parking resources. As was mentioned earlier by Mr. Solo, the residents in this building are not allowed to get a permit to park on street. We also hear that the McLean Street lot is considered full by the town. There is apparently a waiting list, which I don't fully understand why we would have a waiting list when there's always vacant spaces. I went by there this evening. There were still over half of the spaces were vacant. So we suggest, it's an important resource for the neighborhood, we suggest that the town should look into how they allocate these permits. My suspicion is that they just give the same number of permits as their spaces. However, nobody is parking there at the same time. There's some residents parking there, and there's some people employed in the neighborhood that are parking there. They're never there at the same time.
What's the overnight parking situation in that lot?
Well, we surveyed it at 11 p.m.
But overnight, you're not allowed to park on the street between 2 and 6.
Right.
Is that lot, and maybe that's a question for Mr. West, is the lot full? Is it committed in Hours? I mean, whether
Mr.
people
West,
park
we
there or
never-
not?
We never swear you in. You swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I have not done a count at night, but I think what the municipality in the former borough, what they did was they capped the number of permits at the number of parking spaces. So I think they only allowed 50 permits to be issued. What Mr. Giacomo is saying is that potentially not all of those permits are being utilized, but I think the municipality was concerned that if they were all utilized at the same time and they issued more than the 50, there would be a problem.
Just out of curiosity, what's the criteria for getting a permit there?
You have to, and I'm not 100% sure with the lot, I don't know if it's the same for on the street, but on the street, you have to prove that you don't have a parking spot on your existing lot, and you're only allowed one space per unit.
So they may be taken by people who have no driveways, or have driveways and maybe have two cars, and they have a commitment to park one in that lot, which they may not use.
Potentially, and however, regardless, for this particular application, they wouldn't qualify for that lot or on-street.
I understand that, yeah, okay.
But it's my understanding that people who work in the neighborhood also can apply for a permit in that lot. And so that's why we never have a full occupancy, because those people are never there at the same time as the residents.
But
And I
these,
think
but these people, the people in your proposed building would not be allowed to get a permit in there.
that's probably true, I think so, yes. And we don't necessarily count on that. But to answer your question about overnight parking, we did survey twice at 11 p.m. So 11 p.m. is the time when people would have to move from the street and park in the lot. And you can see from this chart, at 11 p.m. there were still, on May 27, 34 spaces available, and on January 20, 36 spaces available. So I would say overnight it is not fully utilized.
But, yes, I agree, but this building, the residents of this building would not be eligible to use that lot.
I don't...
Correct.
I'm not sure if that is correct. I think if there's space in the lot and the waiting list was used up, I think they may, because they're within 400 feet, which I think is the measurement. But I don't think we're getting to that point, because he's saying our plan doesn't propose to use those spaces. But I don't know if they're necessarily excluded.
Well, I believe if you have parking on site, you're not allowed, you're not...
But I thought that was only for the street.
On street.
You can't use these spaces in support of a variance. I don't think you're eligible to park there, but I'll have to check. I thought I had the sheet with me, but I don't.
Okay.
I think the point I'm making, independently of this application, the town should revisit their management practice of this lot. It's an important resource. It can be utilized better than it has been utilized. The other thing we did for this application, we looked at the census information for this particular neighborhood. The census tract today goes from about Bayard to almost Harrison Street, from Nassau to several blocks north of McLean Street. Within that census tract, in terms of the commute information, 40% of the people, the employed residents, commute by single occupancy vehicle, 40% only. The other remaining 60%, they either walk or bicycle or use public transportation, or they work at home or they carpool. So it's a very low level of automobile use in that neighborhood. 20% of the households in that census tract own 0 cars per household. So you have quite a number of people living in that neighborhood that do not have a car at all in their household. And what's interesting about it is that over the last 5 years that we have, from 2008 to 2013, the auto use has decreased by 16%, which is kind of an interesting kind of statistic for this neighborhood, indicating that there are fewer people driving. Whatever the reasons are, we see this kind of change in demographics in many other areas as well. And the average car ownership per household in that neighborhood is 1.24. So it's not 1.5 as required by your zoning code, it's 1.24. We also surveyed the residents of the Waxwood building, which is adjacent to this site. There the car ownership was the car use by single occupancy vehicles was 55%. It's based on a small sample, so statistically these numbers are not as solid as the census data. And there the car ownership was 1.33 per household. In our report dated July, I think, 2015, we estimated that the car ownership in this building may be 13 vehicles for the 10 apartments. Today I feel that's even high, given at that time I was not aware of the fact that the apartments are very small. The one-bedroom apartments are between 400, 500 square feet. That's very, very small. So it's not a kind of building where you're going to have a lot of, high car ownership and high occupancy. So I would say that even at 13 that we estimate in our report is probably high. I would say it's probably going to be 10, 11, 12. It's difficult to say exactly what it will be. But what we recommend to basically avoid any impacts on the neighborhood in terms of parking is that these apartments be advertised with one space per apartment and not more than one space, so that the people that will apply for rentals here know up front that they can only bring one car. There will be one space per apartment. They can only bring one car. And I think this building will be successful in renting it because this neighborhood is very appropriate for people that only have one car or maybe have no car. There will be some residents in here, probably, that will have 0 cars per household. We see that more and more. So we feel that the parking impacts can be mitigated in such a way that there's no impact on the neighborhood, that there would be no impact on the McLean Street lot. I should also mention that the previous use was authorized for 93 seating in a banquet arrangement and 198 seating in a kind of lecture arrangement. If you apply your zoning code to that kind of occupancy, you would need 19 parking spaces for the banquet seating, and you would need 40 parking spaces for the lecture seating. So the previous use had a much higher parking demand than this current use that's proposed right now. I should also mention, the variance in terms of the parking stall size. The 18-foot length is seen everywhere in the United States as a standard length for a parking stall. If you go to shopping centers, that's what they require. Shopping centers generally require 9 by 18 spaces. That's for short-term parking. Long-term parking, the 8.5-foot width is a very common width. It's very common in Princeton. I always remember the old Borough Hall. Those parking spaces are even less than 8.5 feet wide. And there we have, short-term parking, lots of in and out. So the proposed dimension, 18 feet by 8.5, is a very standard dimension for long-term parking, residential parking or office employee parking. I think that's all my comments, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. I wonder if in your parking survey you've taken the visitor parking into consideration, because these are small apartments, and I appreciate that you have your bike rack. I would think that the lifestyle and age of your prospective tenants would invite, at least for the first, let's say, year of residence, curiosity and visitors that would really create an overflow on very narrow streets. And I'm wondering how, have you factored that into your, not profile, but into your analysis?
Yeah. Yes, we thought about that. The visitors who come to this building during the day, they can park on the streets, up to 2 hours. There's 2-hour parking. And as our survey demonstrated, there is reserved parking available at 4 p.m., 7 p.m. You saw that in our first table. For overnight visitors, they have to, because they will not be allowed to park on the street, they have to do like everywhere else, they have to ask for permission by the town, I think town police or town clerk, to get a permit to park overnight. Or they have to park in the municipal lot or Palmer Square, any of the parking garages, the municipal parking garage on Spring Street or any other parking garage.
If there are no more questions, we'll bring up our next witness. Okay?
Mr. DeGrazia, shall we call these Exhibit A3, these slides that we just
Yes,
turned?
thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that. A3, the McLean Yard parking occupancies and the data that our traffic engineer was talking about. Our planner. So Diane, can you tell us a little bit about your education and experience?
Good evening. I'm a professional licensed planner. I've been practicing for 30 years in the state of New Jersey, and I have my master's in planning from the University of Pennsylvania. I'm a co-principal with Strauss & Associates Planners, and prior to that, I worked for the City of Trenton in planning.
We'd like to present her as an expert in planning. Thank you. Oh, can you spell your last name?
Strauss. S-T-R-A-U-S-S.
So can you tell us a little bit about the variances that we're seeking and how we're justifying them?
Tonight, of course, as you know, for the application, this application in the R4 zone, there are two D variances requested. First, the D4 for the proposed floor area, and the D5 variance for the proposed density. And in order to grant these variances, as staff has explained, we must show that the application satisfies the positive criteria in that the proposed project advances the purposes of zoning in accordance with the New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law. These are known as the special reasons. And we must show that the benefits of granting relief of the zoning requirements substantially outweigh any detriments. And secondly, we must make the case that the application meets the negative criteria as well, in that the approval of the project will not adversely affect the Princeton Master Plan or zoning ordinance, or have substantially negative impact on the surrounding properties or the community. So starting with the special reasons of the positive criteria, I submit that this project advances several of the stated goals or the purposes of the New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law, or the MLUL. I'll cite 6 of the stated goals, paraphrasing a bit, starting with the first in the Act. A, which reads, to guide the use and development of all lands in a manner which will promote the general welfare. The proposed use of 30 McLean Street will promote the general welfare as the property is an appropriate site which is particularly fit for use for multifamily residential, for which the variances are sought. The building's prior and original use was a social hall, as you know, and design-wise, the spacious building is well-suited for redevelopment as a 10-unit multifamily apartment, both functionally and structurally, as it's too large to accommodate many fewer dwelling units affordably or economically. The project also advances that of Purpose G, which reads, to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of uses, including residential types, in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. As you know, this project will include relatively small, affordable residential units along with 2 certified low-mod units, which will be available for people who work in the community, contributing to the diversity of the housing stock. And certainly, as your master plan states, the community needs more affordable housing. This project also advances that of Purpose I, to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement. By the adaptive reuse and reconfiguration of the property within its building envelope into the multifamily housing project that's proposed, the project will preserve the existing scale and the desirable visual environment of this corner of the neighborhood at McLean and John Streets. This project also advances that of Purpose J, to promote the conservation of historic sites and districts. By preserving and maintaining the existing building envelope along the corner, this project will conserve a historic building which is considered a contributing structure in the proposed historic district for the neighborhood. And Purpose M, to encourage the lessening of the cost of development and the more efficient use of land. Of course, reusing and reconfiguring this existing building on its site is by far the most efficient use of the property. And finally, our 6th purpose is Purpose N, to promote utilization of renewable energy resources. This project, if approved, will be built as a proposed LEED building, energy efficient, and using renewable energy resources. So I want to move on. In addition to advancing many of the purposes of the municipal land use law, this project arguably offers many benefits that outweigh any possible detriments, which is the second part of the positive criteria requirement. These many benefits include that an existing contributing historic building will be repurposed for another use and not demolished, that the proposed adaptive reuse project will fit in well with the overall neighborhood pattern, that the project preserves the existing character of the residential area and the existing character of the street view, that the project incorporates good urban design, energy-saving techniques, and creative drainage and water recapture mechanisms, actually reducing the impervious surface, that the project will provide 1 parking space per each dwelling unit, that is a plus, that the project addresses the affordable housing needs of the community, and that the project's proposed residential use is less intense than that of the social hall, its previous use, which could accommodate nearly 200 people, as you just heard. So we will be so the project will eliminate the related nuisance issues for the neighborhood of the parking, the traffic, crowds, and partying. So regarding the positive criteria, it's my opinion that the project will promote the purposes of the New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law, and that the general welfare will be promoted because the proposed site is an existing building which is well suited for adaptive reuse to multifamily residential. Furthermore, the benefits of this proposed adaptive reuse demonstrably outweigh any possible detriments that might be associated with the project. So let's talk about some of that. Now, actually, first regarding the negative criteria, it can be determined that the proposal to convert the Masonic Lodge into 10 apartments, including efficiency, single, and 2-bedroom units, is consistent with a Princeton master plan and zoning ordinance. The project promotes the following three goals of the Princeton zoning ordinance. One, to protect and preserve the character of the borough as primarily a residential and college town, and to provide for reasonable and necessary adjustments to present-day social and economic trends. Two, to encourage the development of a range of housing types at various price levels, particularly around the center of the borough, with emphasis upon dwelling units for single persons and small families in order to take into account the changing age structure of the borough's population, so targeting elderly, I presume. And three, to preserve and enhance the historic architecture of the community. So in conformance with these goals, the adaptive reuse of the Masonic Temple will preserve the residential character and the scale of the college town. It will provide for dwelling units for single persons and small families, and it will preserve the historic architecture of the community as articulated as a goal of the zoning ordinance. The proposed project promotes the above goals of the zoning ordinance, and as such, the requested variances can be deemed consistent with the zoning ordinance and will not cause damage to the character of the neighborhood. Likewise, as articulated in the master plan, a project is consistent with Princeton's goals for moderate density residential development, which corresponds with the R4 zoning district. In regard to residential use in general, for historic preservation, for affordable housing, for good urban design, and for balance, stating that its goals are to preserve and enhance the existing character and scale of these moderate density residential neighborhoods, and to preserve historic assets, to provide affordable housing through a diversity of residential options, to encourage the use of sound urban design and energy-saving principles, and to balance different land uses. In addition, as you know, the Princeton Master Plan recommends consideration of a new historic district, which would incorporate this neighborhood in question, and we understand that the Preservation Committee has recommended that such a historic district be established that would include this area, with the Masonic Lodge counted as a contributing building. So in consideration of any potential negative impacts of the project on the surrounding properties and community, let's look at the effect of increased density and the floor area ratio and parking. So what could be the negative impact? That the neighborhood will change, or that the parking will be problematic? It's my opinion that regardless of the differentiation between the permitted and proposed densities, what's important is that this project does provide parking, one space per unit, albeit, and it does make very efficient use of the site, that the sizes of the proposed apartments are of standard dimension, and that the adjacent neighborhood is already characterized by a mix of residential types, including smaller multiple unit projects and large multiple unit projects, such as the Waxwood, and was mentioned the Merrick, Stanworth, and the Hageman homes. Located directly adjacent to this project's parking lot, the Waxwood apartment complex and its parking lot bifurcate the block. And although it's developed at a lower density than this proposed project tonight, because the Waxwood has had the vacant land of the old playground, which now is a parking lot, the Waxwood complex, which is right next door, takes up much of the block. Comparatively, the 10 units proposed to be carved out of the existing Masonic Lodge building with its accompanying 10 parking spaces will comprise a very small site in comparison, and will have little impact on the neighborhood, visually or traffic-wise, or parking-wise, is my contention. Because in terms of building type, the neighborhood in the vicinity of the project is not of singular, uniform design, nor comprised of homogeneous single-family homes. So despite the requested increase in permitted density in the floor area ratio, the creative adaptive reuse of this existing building is anticipated to have no negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood in terms of visual impact. Indeed, the neighborhood enjoys an eclectic, mixed-use, very cosmopolitan vibe already. It's a low-rise urban feel in appearance that feels as an extension of the central business district. It's a fun place. It's a nice neighborhood. It has a good vibe. So the issue of the floor area ratio is largely a product of the existing building footprint, plus the addition of the new stairwell, of the ground floor height being slightly above that considered to be a basement, which would otherwise not have been counted, it's a product of the mezzanine level being filled in and completed. Besides the addition of the stairwell, though, there is no proposed increased square footage of the floor area outside of the existing building envelope. So to a certain extent, the FAR, the floor area ratio issue, is, you could say, relatively immaterial to an adaptive reuse project or a rehabilitation project like this one, because by and large the ratio is inherited, and the reality is that the floor area and the square footage already exist, and regardless of the number of units that the building is officially carved up into. And so the square footage will basically remain the same, even if the official calculations change. Regarding the parking space issue, the parking space issue, as you know, is based on the zoning ordinance formula requiring 1.5 spaces per unit. The project proposes 1 space per unit, and arguably 1.5 spaces per unit is generous in a neighborhood that's been described already, where so many people are giving up the car, and where there are students who can easily exist without a car, as we know. But one could further make the case that the extra half space is particularly unnecessary for the efficiency units. Needless to say, a deficiency of 5 parking spaces, I'm reiterating what's already been said, is of limited negative impact on the neighborhood, because the proposed on-site parking would be sufficient to meet this project's needs, as the project is a rental and the availability and distribution of parking spaces can be and will be part of any lease, in effect managing the parking demand. Additional mitigating factors that contribute to the lack of substantial negative impact in regard to parking in relationship to density in favor of variance approvals include that the proposed residential use would result in a smaller parking deficiency, much smaller parking deficiency than that of the existing social hall use, that the neighborhood is located in convenient walking and biking distance to the amenities of Princeton's central business district, that there is a frequently half-empty city-owned lot down the street, whether this project's tenants will be able to use it or not, that the proposed units are relatively small, including efficiencies in 1- and 2-bedroom units, and will be relatively affordable, and that according to the 2013 American Community Survey for this census tract. Bicycling use has increased, and 20% of area households do not even own a car. That the neighborhood, of course, has good access to public transportation, and that after all, the project does include one parking space per unit. Okay, so therefore, it's my opinion that the project's proposed density and floor area ratio will not have a negative impact on the overall character of the area, despite the need for a density variance, because the proposed renovation of the lodge and its additional new units will have parking, will fit into the neighborhood, and not be disruptive aesthetically. As regards the negative criteria, it's my opinion that the proposed D-variances can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, as they will not substantially impair the intent of the master plan or zoning ordinance, as the development will have little significant negative impact on the surrounding properties or the character of the neighborhood. And to reiterate the positive criteria, it's my opinion that the project will promote the purposes of the New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law, and that the general welfare will be promoted because the proposed project site is an existing building which is well suited for adaptive reuse to multifamily residential. Furthermore, there are many benefits of this proposed adaptive reuse project which outweigh any possible detriments that might be associated with the project. Regarding the bulk variances requested, which I think can be granted, I submit that for the most part they are a function of the proposed conversion of a building with pre-existing dimensions. This is an adaptive reuse project of an existing building with what are often considered grandfathered bulk variances. Regarding the number of stories, you've heard the building is already 4 stories tall. The roof line is not being raised. Regarding maximum lot coverage, the building exists already and only a staircase is being added. Regarding open space, there is two small patios, as you have heard. It is an existing site, and regarding the minimum front, side, and rear yard variances, those are existing conditions. I won't speak to the parking again, and of course, regarding the maximum number of dwelling units in a multiple dwelling. While multiple dwellings are permitted in this R4 zone, this is not a use variance for a multiple. This is not a use variance for a multiple dwelling unit project. We are only seeking a variance for the right to go beyond the 3 units, which is permitted. It's the right, the as of right in the neighborhood is a maximum of 3 units for a multiple dwelling unit building, regardless of the size of the proposed building. So in this case, that would not be economical for the developer or the potential tenants alike. So in closing, it's my opinion that the proposed D variances can be granted, as the project will promote the general welfare and many purposes of the New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law. Approval of the development will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the master plan or the zoning ordinance, nor will it have a significant negative effect on the surrounding properties or the character of the neighborhood. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just catch you on one phrase I thought you mentioned when you were talking about positive criteria in the beginning, and you mentioned renewable energy? Did you really mean that, or did I mishear you?
Oh, well, actually, I don't know now that we did change from the green
Well, it's still LEED.
Still LEED?
certified building. That's the intent, LEED
Yeah.
homes.
I thought, okay, I must have misheard what you said. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that too. I also heard about water recapture. Are you capturing the
We're
water off the
actually-
site, or you're sending it out to the storm?
Was actually, we're reducing impervious, the project, it reduces impervious surface. So,
Done away with the,
But there's no more green roof to absorb anything.
But regretfully, we had to eliminate the green roof because the building couldn't support it. And, regretfully, we had to eliminate the green roof because the building couldn't support it, but we are increasing the pervious coverage on the site. So was that the question?
Okay, but no renewable energy.
Well, I mean, we're going to be using, energy efficient systems in the building, but we're not necessarily going to be using solar, because again, the roof can't support it. We'd love to incorporate it on the parking lot, but then that would be a whole series of other variances.
while putting solar on the roof?
No,
You're not, I
we're not, because the building can't support the
Yeah.
weight. Right.
I'm sorry if I misspoke. Energy efficient.
Energy efficient.
Good, okay.
Thank you.
Basically your case?
Yeah,
I would like to give the audience an
I
option.
just, excuse me, Barry,
Sorry.
I have one more question actually for the architect. In looking at the plans, and there are no dimensions on these windows, but just glancing at the elevations that you have, I don't see how any of these ground floor windows can meet egress requirements.
Yeah, all of the ground floor windows do meet.
They do?
egress Yes.
The double hungs are big enough?
That was the
Because the
first-
window wells are not deep enough to
That
open
was
the
the first
casement
thing.
fully?
That was the first thing we checked.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, some of the ground floor windows are actually quite large. They're deceiving because, they engage the ground plane,
Mhm.
but some of them are really quite large, actually.
Okay.
Mr. DeGrazia, just procedural question. Are your witnesses going to address the SPRAB comments in any other detail, or the staff's site plan comments? Because we do have a memo from staff on site plan.
Yeah, and I think we've sort of addressed our proposal, sort of, although we didn't go through point by point, I think we, for the most part, presented testimony on why we're proposing it a certain way. I don't know if there was a specific comment you wanted us to still address, or...
No, I'm simply raising it so that the board understands whether your client's position is they will comply with all staff comments, they will comply with some of the comments, and that might be easier for the board then to assess the application rather than to have to figure out from the testimony which comments you're going to comply with.
I guess we can go through, but basically, unless our testimony was different tonight, for example, we want the stairwell outside, and we're proposing it at that location, we're going to comply with all the other comments. So, I hope that's clearer than it sounded.
Wait a minute, you're going to comply with all the other comments in the SPRAB report?
In the engineering report. So the engineering report, the planner's report, I guess we can go through the SPRAB report. There was a couple comments in the SPRAB report that weren't really fleshed out during SPRAB that came after, but, there's, I guess we can go, you want to just kind of go through with it? All right. So the number 1 and number 2, we presented our justification for the density variance and the floor area ratio. And here, I guess, I know this board hears the proofs, the positive criteria, the negative criteria, and we have to do that to go through and kind of support the record and go through kind of methodically. But when you take a look at this variances, they're really generally grouped in 2 requirements, in 2 categories. One is existing conditions, and the other variances stem from us shifting a permitted use to a different use. So let's just talk about that real briefly. Existing conditions, we're not changing the number of the front yard. We're not changing the side yard. We're not changing the rear yard. We're not even changing the floors. There's 4 floors. We're completing the mezzanine, but it's still the number of floors. Your ordinance has a height requirement based on height, and a measurement, we meet that. And it says, whatever the floor, what is it, 3 floors? We're stuck, we're staying with what's there now. The other group of variances come from the shift of taking this use, which, by the way, was a much more intense use and detrimental to community, to a use that is less intense on almost every level. That shift has created these variances. I mean, we can go through and talk about parking. It's not going to be an issue here. We're moving from a use that had 20 to 40 required parking spaces and substantially less. We're proposing a use that we're not going to guess what the parking need is because we are restricting it. In other words, when you take a look at a parking ordinance, it has a theoretical formula to predict what the parking need is. And we heard a lot of testimony on what it is and what it's in the neighborhood. You have a restaurant. It either could be based on number of seats, number of tables, square footage. And you come up with this projection and this number, and then you either meet it and you don't. If you don't, you have to justify it. Here, so it's clear, we have a leased property. We are going to have a space per the lease. So a tenant, and in terms of enforcement, could be permitted to park in space A. The next tenant, space B. So we'll have 10 units, 10 spaces. There's going to be no negative impact. During the day, if there's visitors, deliveries, whatever it is, there's been testimony that there's adequate parking in street. If someone comes to us and has 2 cars that they need on a regular basis, this is not the unit for them, because they're only going to be allowed to park 1 in the lot. And if they have another one, they can't park it in the street because your professional said they can't even get a permit. So they have to find a location or off-site, wherever it may be, not near here, where they can store it and drive their bike or go back and forth. So the fact is, parking is not going to have any negative impact because we can control it. This is not a for-sale unit. We're restricting it. We have the lease. They're signing the agreement. They're going to be told exactly where to park. Now, if there's a few units that don't have parking, maybe there would be a formula to take a look at temporary availability until those units need parking. So we can work with that. But the bottom line is, we're going to control it. And when you compare it to what it is now, it's worlds better. The other uses, like I said, the other variances that we talked about are really a function of changing that use. So we're going from club use to multifamily residential. So when we take a look at open space requirements, hey, we're putting more open space. We got patio areas, we got trees, we got grass. It's so much better than what's existing there now, but it triggers a variance. And why? Because it's based on habitable rooms. We take a monster hall and we cut it into smaller rooms. Each one of those rooms have an open space requirement. You need X amount of space. This variance is triggered based on shifting of the use. It's the same with lot area. When you look at your lot area, your criteria is based on the habitable rooms. You take one big room and you break it into smaller rooms, and these are comfortable type of rooms that the community wants and that we've heard about. It creates a lot area amount that you need per habitable room. So you could have 10 rooms, it's going to be 10 times whatever that number. We're stuck with the size of the lot. We're stuck with the size of the building. We're doing everything we can to remove all of the negative impacts and to present it in a way that is much better than the existing use, the permitted use, and that have very small impact to the community. That covers the first 3 comments, Mr. Brad. Sorry, I got a little off track.
So now the 4th one?
The 4th one was talking about the stairwell and asking us to look at shrinking it. And as our testimony is today, we were looking at Well, actually, I don't know if you even really talked about it, but one of the reasons why it's sized the way it is because down the line, we would like to put in, or possibly put in, an elevator, because there's certain demographics that like to see an elevator. The project can't afford it right now, and we're pretty much open about how the mathematical formula comes into here, but we would like to have that space for the future, because no one's going to knock it down. We want to be able to adapt it. The stairwells also needed for storage of bikes, and for the equipment on the roof. There's a lot of equipment there, and it provides a very nice, easy, shielded area that will have no impact. So that's why we don't want to shield it.
About putting the stair into the existing shell.
Yes, so we talked about that. 6 is, we went over the multiple color options and leave it at the discretion of the board. 7, window wells, we're removing them.
On the alley.
On the alley.
And we've illustrated them on the site plan.
8 we addressed. We're going to show the dimensions, and we provide the details. 9.
If I can address this. Right. So the number 9 raised the question about the distance from the stair to the window well, and actually in the earlier slide, I showed a condition on Palmer Square. It's actually the same exact condition, the same distance from our stair to their window well, and it's same dimension, so we feel it's plenty of space for that condition. We did take a close look at it, though. Yeah, there you see it's the same distance, same spacing, same condition.
Provide the details in 10, right?
Right, so that we actually have, that's on the site plan, we've coordinated that question on the details. And the question of the masonry stringer, we're looking at that now to make sure that it's something that will be able to be maintained long-term. But we think we have a detail that will work, and we can provide it in the compliance set. Where was I? So 12, the...
we talked about
right, the plaque, we presented what the historic placard will look like, and we can provide the text, although we do request some community input to make sure the text is what it should be. So so then the 13 is the detail, the grade change between the parking and the sidewalk. There's actually been on the site plan drawings, there was a detail that was actually added that illustrated that. And then the request for us to use pressure-treated or cedar planking on the garbage enclosure, which we complied with.
And I think that's all the comments.
So have you finished now?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to give members of the audience who have been sitting patiently an opportunity to come and address this case. So one of you should come forward, and we'll hear them, and I think we can have a final go.
Take a break for a minute, or you want to keep...
I'm sorry?
Any break? No?
Do you need a break? No, I think we can just, does anyone need a break at this point? No. Let's go through as well as we can. So as concisely as you can do it, making the points strongly.
My name's Henry Dale. I live at 138 John Street. I'm native of Princeton. I've lived at 138 John Street for 23 years.
Mr. Dale?
I'm opposed to the...
Mr. Dale, before I interrupt you...
I swear.
Thank you very much.
I'm opposed, first of all, to this idiotic tower, which is totally out of character with the community, and out of the question should not be built. And related, I'm absolutely opposed to the density, to changing the density of this building from the zoning requirements to 10 is absurd. And I heard no mention of this neighborhood, which is under stress because of immigrants. There are many, many people living in this neighborhood who are not in censuses, who you don't know about. They come and go. but they affect the way the neighborhood is. If you add more people, it'll just change the amount of stress on this neighborhood. So I urge you, don't change the variance on density and don't build that idiotic tower. Thank you.
Thank you. You can... Yeah. Please. You...
I am Willie Mae, oh dear. I'm Willie Mae Tadlock, and I live at 29 Green Street. And I doubt
Ms.
whether
Tadlock?
any...
Ms. Tadlock, I'm so sorry to interrupt you
Who?
Right here. We just need to swear you in, Mrs. Tadlock. Do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I doubt whether anybody else in here has been in this neighborhood as long as I have. The building was built in 1905. I was born and bought here in 1928. So you can tell my age from here. And I have to agree with that other young man that nobody takes, they come into this area, they look to see what they can buy and scrape and get cut. I have been ill for a few years because of a stroke, and I happened to go down Lytle Street. My husband took me down Lytle Street, and here are $1 million houses. I don't expect the prices to be like it was when I was coming up, but $1 million projects in the middle of a poor neighborhood that's overrun with immigrants from wherever they come. Welcome to them for coming, but why are you trying to chase us out? That's what you're doing. And the other thing I want to say before I get, so that it'll be on record, I do not see why a zoning board, we have been in business as Princeton, not Princeton Township or Princeton Borough. You should have been up and running. You knew it was coming. And I really dislike the idea that you can't function because we haven't gotten together yet as a Princeton, not as a Princeton Township or Princeton Borough. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the other half. My name is Joseph Tadlock. I'm an old soldier.
You have
in the
to
Air
be
Force.
sworn to be
Tadlock?
truthful.
In the end,
You swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful, sir?
yes.
Thank you.
The question I'm asking now that I heard maybe from that gentleman over there, sitting down there, he said, John Street is the slow moving with vehicles. Come down in the summertime, you can see they take it off from the top of the hill, but between Green Street and I'll say Quarry Street, Lotta Street, and Clay Street. They do over 70 miles an hour down that road. I had a lady stepped out in front of my car, she got hit. The judge asked her, did you see me coming? She said, yes, but she stepped out there anyhow. Now, I was only doing as the law allowed. I got off very nicely. She wasn't hurt bad whatsoever. But I heard nothing. John Street is an awful street. Nothing. We asked them to build something to stop it. Anybody say anything about they're going to move the pool? There's a lot of children around there. You got to put some barrier up there to say stop, don't ride, but a certain time and give them a fine, and necessarily. This is my main concern about the children. If they move the pool back behind the place that I know, Buddy Tash, when they move it over, they had enough time to move it over, but they ain't moved it yet. What we waiting on? My idea of a nice town to walk down is a lot of hill go up. But I asked the question, what about the children going to go to the pool? Have you considered that? Have you considered the trucks that come down and deliver? Because they either turn in Green Street, which is the one-way street, The next street, go the opposite way, and there's another street, Clay Street. So do yourself a favor. Look out for the children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yana Moore, 19 Green Street, and I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you. As you know, the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood is pursuing designation as a historic neighborhood. And this building is one of 395 structures, 70% of which were found to physically, socially, and contextually contribute to the neighborhood character. A unique use and structure, the Masonic Temple was one of the beacons of social activity in a community that, under Jim Crow practices, denied access to the predominant African American community to other organizations and facilities in the town. And the nature and scale of this pre-existing building, while never consistent with the residential use and scale around it, is now being considered for reuse as residential. Apartments that are, one, accessible by elevator and direct at grade, affordable, currently 2 COA units, and 3 vary by type and size, offering various housing needs unmet in the neighborhood. Reuse on this limited lot obviously requires variances to zoning because the zoning is reflective of the general use as residential. Mind you, more than 80% of the properties in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood are non-conforming to the mid-20th century zoning objectives that were crafted to decimate the neighborhood and its historic population and changed its character to less dense, more suburban, with larger residences that are much too expensive. My neighbors and I happily coexist within close proximity to each other in densities that exceed, in many cases, the current zoning, in modest, primarily single-family and two-family homes. The neighborhood is convenient, as is said by Ms. Strauss, and to shopping, public transportation, schools, parks, churches, employment opportunities, etc. And it is even possible, as Mr. Jochmarsh said, to live and thrive in this neighborhood without a car. I believe the developers have been sensitive to the fabric and character of the neighborhood. Requiring 5 more parking spaces to meet a parking requirement results in an increased burden of traffic on the neighborhood, as I think Mr. Tadlock more or less expressed through his discussion around the nature of traffic. And those 5 parking spaces really provide no positive benefit or increase in quality of life. What neighborhoods, however, did ask for at the meeting of the Arts Council 2 years ago was additional affordable units that indeed would be made available with preference to the historic residents of Princeton or the neighborhood. Ms. Tadlock pointed out that the neighborhood is changing, certainly, and the single-family structures are absolutely ridiculous in terms of their price points. This being a rental property, one would like to hope that the developers would commit to an overall sense of affordability for all of the units and not try to tap that very high market. So in summary, the zoning we labor over today doesn't even reflect the character of the neighborhood as it stands. Ironically, compliance might produce only 3 units of a type that would essentially stand as an out-of-scale, unaffordable McMansion type. And therefore, I support the adaptive reuse of this structure. Suggest that the variances requested be granted. However, I ask that the developer transfer the costs for some of those variances, in particular, of course, the parking that would have been applied, to provide for an additional affordable unit, a non-COA unit, that would be specifically for a prior or current resident of Princeton or the neighborhood. Thank you.
Peter Marks, 107 Moore Street, and I'll tell the truth. At least I'll give the opinion that I think represents my views. This is one of the few times that I find myself disagreeing with Jaina. I'm frankly stunned that this application has gotten as far as it's gotten. It's an interesting design. It's a pretty design. It is advertised as offering affordable apartments in a town that needs affordable residences. But there are lots of places in the town where we could put pretty buildings. The house I live on Moore Street could be subdivided into 4 apartments. Is that what we want? I don't think so. I'm stunned that this project is even economically viable. Development is what I do. I think they paid too much for the land. Maybe the reason was that it was a contribution to the seller. Maybe they're getting historic tax credits. The rents are going to have to be very high to justify the investment. Alternatively, they have to view it as simply a long-term hold until the zoning gets much more favorable. I wouldn't want to be an investor in it. Sprague's idea of putting a stair tower in the center is ludicrous. I understand why the developer won't consider it. If the town is determined to have more units and a 58 unit per acre density, which exceeds even the hospital density, it seems to me they ought to be permitted to build over the parking spaces and have a floor plate that's more generous. If we're going to make apartments for people, let's make them nice apartments. I find it very frustrating. A law is a law. It's fair only if it applies to everybody. We made exceptions for the hospital. We gave them favorable rezoning so that they could recoup $30 million plus on the sale of their land as they were moving out of Princeton. We talk about historic preservation, but we permitted the university to raise 18th century buildings that formerly lined Alexander Road. We permitted them to truncate a rail line that was historic. This is grandfathered as a meeting hall. It's not going to be a meeting hall. I've got endless lists of little gripes, but the biggest one, I think that to put my point in context, we have only to look at the Barsky proposal that you just waved through unanimously at the start of today's session. And the reason you waved it through was that we have a zoning code that has not been updated. 68% of the properties on that street apparently were in violation of the zoning code. And what are we doing here? We're talking about giving a variance, a whole series of variances in fact, that increase the density substantially on another particular lot, the same way we did on the other side of Witherspoon Street, and we fantasize that this is not going to affect property values, land values, in what we used to view as the black neighborhood. Well, this is like putting a for sale sign and an invitation to developers to come in and speculate. And that's exactly what will happen. 58 units here? Well, great. I want to buy next door, and I'll put together 3 houses. Why can't I put up 58 units per acre? I'll give you 1 or 2, or maybe I'll give you 3, as Jaina suggested, that are affordable by some standard. I mean, are they really affordable? Are they nice? I don't think so. And what happens to the people who are happily living there now in their single-family houses that they can scarcely afford because the property taxes are driven up as land values rise in response to real estate speculation. When we create 2 affordable units here, how many are we driving out? I mean, how many people who are in affordable single-family houses now are going to be forced out because their property taxes rise inevitably because land values have risen? And it makes no sense. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you very much.
Hello, David Keddy, 24 Moore Street.
Mr. Kennedy, you swear affirm the testimony this evening will be truthful.
I do.
Thank you.
I came out tonight. I missed putting my kids down. I skipped a work event because I'm in support of this adaptive reuse. I think it's excellent. I think it's exciting. What I'm excited about by it is, first, that it will preserve this building. I remember when I first discovered that building as a student exploring Princeton, you see that this is a neighborhood which has real fabric to it, real history. If we don't enable adaptive reuse of the building, we will see it demolished. And some modern, nice duplex go up in its place. I would like to see this building saved. I would like to see the apartments put up. I understand the frustration. I feel it very strongly myself as a chaplain, the frustration with the lack of affordable housing in town. The only solution to that is build more housing. That's the only solution. The only solution to a lack of affordable housing is to put up more. These 10 apartments, this is excellent. I look forward to the day I meet someone who lives in these apartments, a coworker, a student, who is able to live in Princeton. And lastly, I'm so thankful for this development as an opportunity to see more walkable housing in Princeton. We've heard the testimony. You can read the census statistics. People can walk. People do walk more than they drive in this neighborhood. That's true for me. It was true for me. I lived in, when I was first out of college, I lived in apartments on Van Dievener Apartments. There are 12 units there and 2 houses on a lot similar in size to this. There's relatively little parking. We flourish there. Where I live now on Moore Street, I'm right next to, up against Nassau Street. We don't have problems having visitors. It's true, we had a visitor, an overnight visitor, who had to park in the parking garage on Spring Street. Walkable housing is the answer. It's not, density in this neighborhood is the answer. It is not the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kip Cherry. I live at 24 Dempsey. I've been working very hard on hopefully getting the historic district in the neighborhood. This building, sorry.
Swear affirm your testimony will be truthful.
I do.
Thank you.
I think that this building is very important to the neighborhood. It has a lot of history. I think that in order to reuse a building, you have to give something. You have to do a trade-off. And I think saving this building is really critical, and I think it has to be feasible to the developers. So I feel that the variances that have been requested are reasonable. On the parking issue, look at the Waxwood, and you can see that that parking lot is always underutilized, and it was unnecessary to provide so much parking. I've seen people walk back and forth from downtown to the Waxwood. A lot of people who live in the Waxwood work at the university or in the downtown area, and they don't need more than 1 car per unit. I feel that we need to keep an open mind. We're not talking about a new building, and we're not creating a precedent for a new building. I think that people are getting a little bit carried away because they are thinking, well, gee, if we go along with allowing these variances, we'll have to allow variances for all kinds of new buildings that provide units. That's not the case. This is quite unique. This is an existing historic structure. And if we can save other historic structures the same way, I think that would be terrific. There aren't that many historic structures to save. This is quite a unique structure because of its size. It doesn't have an easy reuse. It's not a house. So I feel that it's a very good thing, and I very much support the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Bill Urian, 171 John Street, and I'll swear to do the best I can here to tell the truth. For the most part, I agree with Yana and the last speaker, Ms. Cherry. I like the idea of the apartments over what was there previously. I do have a number of questions, and one of the board members, Harlan, addressed one of them, was the trash, the fact that it's going to be picked up by a private, because where they have that in the back, the municipal trash isn't going to come back in. So private, that's great. I have a number of other just quick questions to ask. Since I live within 50 feet of the property, I'm probably one of the closest people that lives there. One of my questions is the units that are going to be up on the roof. Am I going to hear all these units, the air conditioners running all night and all day in the summertime? That's number one question. I have about 4 questions.
Okay,
we could have
we could have an architect talk about it, but the way that it was designed, you have a parapet wall, you have sound attenuation, so we expect not to have any impact, but let's hear from the professional.
Yeah, that's the intent is not to hear anything. We hope that you'll hear even less than, let's just say, your neighbor's air conditioner next door.
Okay, that was one thing that we've. I'm glad you're addressing that, because there is a problem up in Palmer Square with the air conditioning units are so loud when you go by them. It's just like, you got to be kidding me. The second thing, there's currently a fence around the entire parking, what's considered a parking lot now. Are you going to be keeping that chain link fence, or is that going to be coming out?
No, the chain link fence is coming out. We're going to put in, I believe it's 2.5 or 3 feet. I don't remember the drawings, but a little picket fence around the parking lot. So it's, the thought is it's neighborhood friendly.
It'll be a picket fence, because the Waxwood has a brick wall that goes kind of up to that chain link fence. So you're going to take the chain link fence all the way out and just have that brick wall stop there? Now going to continue that, or?
The intent is to take out the existing chain link
And
fence.
so then you'll have just shrubbery between the Waxwood parking lot and your parking lot?
Yes.
Okay, that was the second thing. The third thing is the density, all right? That's a problem in the neighborhood that needs to be addressed. I know you have 10 units, so a single unit could possibly have, 2 people in it? And then a 2-bedroom could have 3 or 4? I mean, what is your anticipated maximum people that are going to be occupying the property? There should be is that an absurd question? Because I'm looking at like 30 people in this place.
We would really expect in the studio for it to be a one-person unit. In the 1-bedroom, we would really expect it to be a one-person unit. I suppose it could be seen as a transitional unit, so maybe a young couple, might be 2 people, in that unit. But it's transitional in the way that they'd probably be looking.
Is there a way you can put a stipulation on that? Because the problem that one of the problems that I have is there's 4 apartments directly between my house and this house. Out of those apartments, there's 4 apartments. There are a family living in one room, a family living in the other room, a family living in the living room, and 5 or 6 single male adults in each apartment. And you have no idea about the amount of people. So is there a way you can restrict, say, if you have a single, studio apartment, you can have no more than 2 people. If you have a 2-bedroom, you can have no more than 3 people. Because it gets, believe me, it gets out of control. You can just see with the bicycles, there'll be 30, 40 bicycles in the backyard.
Yeah, we can definitely look at that. I do know that there would be a restriction on subletting the apartments.
Right.
So you wouldn't be able to I know a number of homes in your neighborhood. There are people who will rent the apartment and then sublet it to 6 or 7 people.
That's
so
what happens.
That's going to be restricted.
They'll rent out the apartment. Then one room will be a family with 2 children. The next bedroom will be a family with 2 children, and there'll be 5, 6 single male adults in there. You have no idea the amount of people that get in there.
Yeah, that would be a violation of the lease that we would put together for each unit.
That needs to be addressed, because it is a serious problem in the neighborhood. The third, fourth question I have is the cost. Do you have an estimated rental cost per unit? I know the affordable is a separate thing, but for the, what do we call it, a single studio would be how much, and a 2-bedroom would be how much? Because there's going to be 10 of them, right? Are they $1,000 a piece? I'm just saying, what do you anticipate?
No, it'd be less than 2,000.
How? Yeah, that's good.
Sure. Yeah, we basically are looking at what the market is. I have done a fair amount of due diligence, and apartments are going to range anywhere between $1,500 and $2,500, somewhere in that range per month. The smaller units are going to be lower, and the bigger units are going to be on the higher end of the scale, somewhere in that range.
What if 2,500 and 1,500 for a single and 2,500?
Somewhere in that range.
For duplex.
You have a pro forma, right? You figured it all out.
I would make public, as I'm testifying
Sir?
today, that our
Yeah.
that our
In a way,
rental
we're
is...
getting away from the zoning issues. I understand what you're driving at.
$2,000, of $2,500 to $1,500, you're looking at the rentals for just the 8, not counting the affordables, at over $10,000 a month. So that's $120,000 a year plus, give or take. I have to do the exact math because I don't know what your units are going to be. 2,500. The Waxwoods got apartments that at that rate currently, and they're way bigger. For somebody to rent a little room, one room efficiency for $1,500, that's a lot of money. If it was like $800 or something like that. But I know the whole thing here about the density involves economics. And obviously I know that they have to make money, and I'm all for the apartments. I'm all for the rental, units, but I'm just saying that the density, the amount of people, and then the cost at $1,500 to $2,000. You do the math. My math, my calculations. I'm just doing it out of the top of my head. You're looking at over $120,000 a year income per unit. So
I think you've made the point.
Right.
And I don't know whether other people want to talk, but the board certainly would like to make a deliberation.
Well, they're asking for a lot of variances. They're asking for a lot of variances, not only with the parking being smaller, as well as for the density, and 10 units, which it should be 3 units.
I'm sorry, just I know that when you put numbers out for projects, it's hard to really understand what comparable is. And the studios in Palmer Square, these are the ones, the small 200 to 400 square foot studios that are above Palmer Square, they're around $5.80 a square foot. Okay, Avalon Bay is going to be over $4.50 a square foot, and ours, comparatively, will be under $2.50 a square foot. So the idea is, on a price per square foot basis, we're trying to bring it in significantly less than what the competitors. That's the goal for this project.
I think the discussion of money cannot stop.
Well, it has to do with the density, and that's why they're asking for 10 units. And what I'm saying is, possibly we get it down to fewer units, which would be a little bit larger, which make it more livable for
They
people.
gave evidence that it didn't make any sense to go small unless they went to 2, and then you know what the cost of 2 is going to be.
Right, so what you're saying is I'm going to have to deal with a lot more people, a lot more density, and I used to have a snake, and so I raised mice, and if you get too many mice into one container, they start eating each other.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is anyone else here to address this?
Good evening. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Leighton Newland, Birch Avenue. Particularly over the day and over the past week and a half, I've given this a lot of thought. What I want to say initially and first and foremost is the Masonic Temple to people of color who was born and raised in this neighborhood like I was means everything to us. It is iconic. It is a beacon. It has been a fraternal organization for decades, and many of our parents and grandparents belong to both the Masons and the Eastern Star. I happen to be a Mason. This, what's devastating, to be quite honest, is that we lost the building. That's first and foremost. This building really, it is my hope that it would still be within the family. But that being said, a year ago, as these gentlemen, these developers said, they didn't just purchase the building and raise it and put up whatever they could or would have put up without asking for any variances. They appeared before the community. They requested our input. They gave us a plan, and they listened to our concerns. Is there more density than perhaps it should be? Maybe. But who goes into business to lose money? I don't. Nobody on this board does. And quite frankly, nobody sitting out here would do that. This, while it might not be perfect, is good, in my opinion, for our neighborhood and for our history. Because why? What would happen if some other developer or some other entity bought this property? What would happen is the Masonic Temple would no longer, the structure would be gone. We would not have the visual entity of our important history. We are now fighting like cats and dogs to make the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood the 20th historic district in this town. My only question, and this is not for this board, I know you don't have the answer to this, is what took the town so long? The Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood, back in the day, all you had to do years and years ago was cross Nassau Street from Nassau Hall, and you know where you were at? In the black neighborhood. But see, what's happened is the black neighborhood has shrunk. Why? Because of development. Because most of the time people come to our neighborhood and develop, they don't care. But not these gentlemen. They did care, and they showed that by this plan. Like I said, it's not perfect, but I'm glad that they're the ones that bought the property, and I'm glad that they're doing what they're doing. Now, one more thing. The Masonic Temple, I frequented it. It was a great place to be and party. But you know what? I wouldn't want to live on McLean Street because the spillover, the noise, the chaos, and the mayhem that came out of the temple at times was unbearable if you were in a butter. So now what we're going to have is a nice, quiet entity, a nice building that's going to be reshaped and redone, but it's going to keep the texture and the structure of the building. It's going to look better, and it's going to be better. And I hope that at some point the people in the neighborhood can see that, because we who live in the neighborhood have got to understand that our neighborhood, like all neighborhoods across the entire country, is evolving. And there are going to be changes. But it's a good thing that these gentlemen who sought to make changes got the input from the people that really matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. Samuel Bunting. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. So I am the proprietor at 242 John Street, which is about 2 blocks north of the development site. So I'm very concerned about the potential for impacts from this development on my property. On the other hand, I am absolutely satisfied that the potential impacts from this property are going to be trivial and potentially negligible. In terms of parking, it's quite clear that the plan accommodates sufficient parking for the tenants in this building, assuming that the contractual obligation to have just one car is met. In terms of visitors to the proposed development, I don't see a big problem. It's a tight neighborhood, but in my personal experience would validate what the applicant's traffic engineer said, which is that there are usually on-street parking sites available. So I am not overly concerned about the risk from visitor parking. So in terms of the potential negative impacts on the neighborhood, I don't see any very large impacts. And on the other hand, I'm quite persuaded that there are significant benefits from this application. In particular, I think in preserving this building, which is really a very interesting and unique building within the neighborhood. And I think I would be very keen to see that building preserved. The proposed redevelopment is really quite innovative, and I think it's very clever that the developer has been able to fit these smaller units into the building, because I think we have to be very clear that what we need in Princeton are some smaller units which are going to be more affordable to young families, people who are downsizing, to meet this demand for small units which are less expensive than the other larger units around the neighborhood and in particular around the town. So, you know, I think the developer ought to be commended, not criticized, for adding that density, because from the density you are able to divide the costs of the building and the land and the redevelopment among a larger number of people and make it more affordable to a wider range of people. And I think it's also extremely important to have both of those affordable designated units, because what we really lack in this town is enough affordable housing. We don't have anything like enough affordable housing, and that is impacting this neighborhood, and it's impacting the whole town in terms of finding places to live for people who are at lower income bands. So I am very supportive of the application, and I think that it would be the consequences of not granting the variances strike me as being potentially much worse than granting the variances, because if the developer doesn't get these variances, or if he doesn't get sufficient flexibility to put enough units in this building to make the project economically viable, then I'm really concerned about the potential risk that the building could be razed. And I'm also concerned that if the developer is forced to go down a path with smaller numbers of units, that those units will therefore be more expensive and therefore less available to people at more moderate income levels. So as somebody who has property in close proximity to this site, I would say that I do not see significant impacts, and I'm very supportive of what Josh and his team are proposing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this? There's somebody in the back first, if you don't mind.
Hi, I'm Marina Rubina, and I swear to tell the truth. I live a block up on Quarry Street, and I very much support the redevelopment of the existing building, and also very much welcome the 10 new tenants or families that would come and live in our neighborhood. I do have sort of 3 things that I would like to say that to me are either lost opportunities or maybe dreams that could have come true but didn't through this application. One is, yes, there's some addressing of improving impervious coverage, but wouldn't it be so super awesome if they could put a green roof over the parking garage or parking and make it into a parking with a green roof, and that would provide their outdoor space? Wouldn't that be just awesome? I understand it's money, but just a dream. The second dream would be, wouldn't they be allowed to build 2 more affordable housing units over the parking and then put the green roof on top of that? And then the affordable housing would go from 20% to 33%. again, I know it's a dream, but that would be super awesome. And the last one is sort of, I don't know how to deal with this, but this is very much a lost opportunity because we have buildings in our neighborhood that used to be places where public could go. There used to be a barber shop, there used to be a pharmacy, there used to be places where they were not for public use, they're not a public library, but public could go. And in theory, this building was somewhat publicly accessible. And all of these buildings are slowly turning to residential use, and these were these sort of special moments, special nodes, really cool places that made the neighborhood really vibrant and interesting. And again, I know it's a dream, but some sort of public use on the first floor would have been office or cafe or, I don't know, youth center or something would have been really awesome. And again, these are just dreams. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Floyd.
My name is Michael Floyd, 35 Quarry Street. I think first, from the testimony and the speakers, I find that there was not a consensus from the neighborhood. So I know early on in the presentation, I was at the meeting a year ago, and I think now speaks volumes. There's not a consensus, so I don't think you take either side as being the gospel. Maybe it's just not a consensus, regardless of how loud someone speaks or how long someone speaks. I think one thing that worries me, and I starred something that was said by the planner. Basically said it's this neighborhood is a nice neighborhood, a nice extension of the central business district, which is exactly what I fear, and exactly what this neighborhood has been fighting for decades. We don't want to be the central business district. What contributes to it becoming a central business district is too many apartment buildings. And I'm not speaking of this one in particular, but I am speaking of probably much of Mr. Bridger's time is taken talking to developers. I don't want to provide the parking. I want more units than I'm allowed to do. I want to go higher. I want more floors. My guess is Mr. Bridger would have a bit more time on his hands if developers didn't come wanting that. People want to build apartment buildings. Slightly different zone on Witherspoon Street, but that's what's coming down. And that's what people want, developers want, not always the neighborhood. I think this is a tough case. There's attributes for this. There's a few things that could be happening if it's turned down. They come back with less units. They knock down the building and do what they say. And you can't put a Mac mansion on this lot. You can build a big house, a big expensive house. But that was an exaggeration. If you're going to try to meet the setbacks, the height restrictions, the open space restrictions. But that's another possibility. They could either come back with less units, they can knock it down and build some whatever that meets. As of right, they won't be able to do a Mac mansion. Or I guess they could sell the building and then it'd be another developer who will have, if it was denied, they would already have the record that they're not going to get 10 or whatever number of units and all the variances. It's a tough case for you folks to decide. Let's see. I think those were the important things. I wish there was less units because I wish the potential tenants would actually have some storage space. Because guess what? They're going to need some storage space besides for a bicycle with those little units. That's why the Waxwood has floor-to-ceiling bins. I think this application can be improved. I don't want to see it go away, but I think it can be improved.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Hi. Alan Carnevale, 178 Birch Avenue.
Mr. Carvalho, you swear affirm your testimony today will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
First of all, I can't speak as eloquently as my good friend Leighton does. And I just came here to listen to what was going to happen because of the Witherspoon-Jackson area. And, you know, it's interesting when this building came on the market, and then as I listened to the developers here.
Could you try and talk more into the microphone?
And the developers came here and they talked eloquently and they presented all their facts and figures and everything like that. But you know, as I'm sitting in the back, I got very nervous about this because of the first case that came here, Barsky. Barsky's a very big builder. In my opinion, they build crappy houses. But you know what they know? They know it's Princeton, so they can gather the money no matter how terrible the house is. So, as I sat back there, I saw that you unanimously passed this by saying, this gentleman said, well, we're going to have to pass because we don't have a choice. Well, I think we always have a choice. And I looked at these lots that they were showing, and they were, theirs was only 80. So why couldn't they build a house that fit within that space? Why couldn't the board make them do that? And then I think about Witherspoon-Jackson, where they saying that the developers aren't going to come in, we're going to maintain the integrity of the community, makes me very nervous. Because once the door is open and the cat's out of the barn, it's gone. Okay? So, you know, they're saying they're going to control, like I wrote it down here, they can control the cars by the leases. And there's not going to be a lot of density. This is probably the most dense neighborhood in this community. And if anybody knows any different, please correct me. This is a very dense neighborhood. Last time I was in a meeting, they were talking about ICE making raids on all these places. We have neighborhoods where we don't enforce the number of people that live in there, and there must be something on the books that talk about enforcement of the laws about how many people live in these places. So now the question is, well, if you can keep the controls under lease, they talked in terms of a transitional person. Do you know how big a 500-foot square apartment is? It's minuscule. It's minuscule. So who's going to live there? My question to these people are, who's your target market? Who is your target market for these homes?
I think ideally, the target market is for, second and third generation people who've lived in this community, so that's first. And then I think that there's certainly interest in the millennial generation to live in walkable communities like Princeton. And, we've had a lot of interest for people who live in Princeton who are looking to downsize. So that's the market that we're looking at. And I think that
I'm looking at
that there are small units, but,
my guess is your market is the college kids. You're making bike racks, you're making small apartments, you're making all these kind of things are going to be very, very enticing to college kids. Your rental is $1,500 to $2,500. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't be, I don't know. But I'm going to guess that there are people there that aren't getting that type of rate, and they're giving much bigger spaces. So my concern is, as we move forward with this board here is going to have a lot to say with Witherspoon-Jackson, I believe. I believe in the long term it's going to be up to you, even though the Historic Society has given us all these grandiose opinions of what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. No one has a crystal ball. And at that meeting, I'll make my opinion clear to them as to what I think is going to happen. I can't say whether I'm for this or against it. I understand Leighton's point. This is an historic building. I think Historic Witherspoon should have made there's about 11 major buildings that are very important to the African community. Maybe they needed to make all 11 of them something like this so they could support it with a plaque outside or something like that. I'm not sure, but I know, I also wrote this down. you can't make the roof green, but did you say that you're going to put the air conditioners on the roof? The roof of the
The
stairwell.
roof of the stairwell. The roof is
So
actually
the
a
roof-
pitched
Will
roof.
the other roof support 30 inches of snow?
The existing roof will support the snow load, yes.
Okay, okay, just asking. I
Would be
mean,
a problem.
you could have supported the building. You could have went in there and enforced that and reinforced that, I'm sure. I'm not an architect.
We're
but-
not here to redesign their building. I'd like you to make some zoning points, and
The zoning point is...
whether they've got a green roof or not is really not a zoning issue.
Okay, my fault. My only point is, I'm not really sure which way I go, but I think it's really important on you that you make a very, very fair and understanding commitment to this in whatever you say. Because I'm saying that to say that you don't have an opinion was very disrespectful to this community, because you guys are going to be the guys that make. And when things change and there's 7 or 8 other people over there, they may have a different opinion. So we need to have this really locked in tight, because once Witherspoon Jackson goes through, they're going to look to this building and they're going to start questioning it, and there might be another board up there that's going to start to open up the floodgates. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Francis Dean Boyd Jr. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I never did that before, so I'm excited about that. I wasn't going to come up here and say anything. I fought in that chair, twist and turn. I'm a third-generation member of Aaron Lodge Number 9. My grandfather was a member, my father was a member, and I was a member of that lodge. I still am, but in that building. And one of the statements the gentleman just made at the table said he wants a third generation to live in that building, and he wants to charge me $2,500. So I'm a third generation person in this community. I couldn't afford $2,500. So really it's not going to reflect those in the community. And let's be honest about it. It broke my heart when we had to sell it. I was one of the members who did not want to sell it. I understand that the community was changing, and it was no longer acceptable to be the cornerstone of the community when it came to activities within the community. Several family members have been married in that building. I think every kid in Princeton that's of color had a birthday party in that building. So that building was very special to the John Witherspoon community. I understand now that when you say African American community or Italian American, we're losing a community, because the prices of homes are extremely too high, are not really worth the money to have. So I would love to see the building remain, to at least where I can come through this community in the future, I can point out to someone that used to be a Masonic lodge, because when you travel throughout this country, a lot of people don't even know that black Americans even lived in Princeton. They think this was an elite town. I grew up here, went to Princeton High, went off to college, and I loved Princeton growing up here. So because we had everyday people here. Oh, we had some rich folks, but we had a lot of middle-class families here, and it really shaped the person that I am today. So by you making rents $2,500, you're only going to have certain people living here. And I can guarantee you, when you live in a cocoon and you got to go out into this world and deal with this world, our kids are going to suffer. But the beauty of this community at one time was we had people from every walk of life living here, for all economic levels living here, and it made this town what it was, a great community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else in the audience wishing to speak? Okay. Do you want to make a couple of comments to the board before we go into some executive session to try and sort all of this out?
I'll keep it very brief. I think when I started tonight, I promised you a very unique application, and I think we delivered on that. This is something very unusual with a very unique property. It's an adaptive reuse. I've never, and I want to thank the audience for staying around and being here this evening, and there was a multitude of opinions, but even so, I've never seen, quite so many positives when you come and hear from the audience. And I think that's because the applicant here really took it on themselves. They care about the community, they care about the neighborhood, they care about the historic aspects. They really tried to listen. You're not going to make everybody happy, and people are talking about the numbers, and what we just heard was the highest rent for the largest unit, not the smallest one, and the COA units. We are stuck with a fully developed site, and on every measure, we're making it better. We're adding planting, we're dealing better with the stormwater, we're, providing some efficiencies. The parking from club use to this use is a huge difference, much less intense. I hope that the care that was given in the design and the creativity and the hours that have went into this project to try to address as many people as we can and as many people in the community as we can, most particularly the ones that are closest to, because those were the ones that we felt were the most impacted, and I think you saw a lot of them here tonight. And that was our goal, and I'd like to thank the board as well.
Thank you. So we'll go into executive session.
I need a minute. I'll be back.
Sorry?
I need a minute.
Okay, let us take a 5-minute break and then come back. Because I need to go as well.
I just need to stand up. My legs are...
I guess because it's getting late.
What? Very good rifle lot. I'm right in town.
Oh, we said, so you can say yes or no.
So why go to the expense? What is it?
Well, I've been trying to tell the council for 3 years that we shouldn't. And it doesn't make any. We've been suggesting for 3 years that a series of things. They're sitting on their thumbs, is what I think. I've spoken to them 2 or 3 times. I've been to talk to the mayor 2 or 3 times. And, you know, they won't do it.
It also seems like it would almost solve the
No,
rock.
absolutely not. It just puts our taxes up. They can't even remove snow without making a mess. Yeah.
I'm not being critical.
Aren't you enjoying being on the zoning?
Yeah, that was. But also some of it is that it's
You're talking about the small lot problem?
No, but yeah, I'm just saying.
I mean, the issue we've tried to make as a board is that they shouldn't have to come before us, because there's a class of things that you can define that fit, you know, the thing that we just say, okay. And it costs them $1,000 to come, minimum, which is crazy. Sorry? Yes. Who are you waiting for? Mr. Tannenbaum. Where is Mr. Tannenbaum? Is he in the... Okay. I'd like to get us back to work again if I can. My cat is waiting to go to bed. Okay. So I think that we need to try and discuss this case rather carefully as a board and try and come to a decision. If you would each like to give an opinion, and then we can try and summarize, or we can do it in a more random way. How would you like to go about it?
Let's.
You want to give an opinion to start with, and we'll see who else will follow?
You want me to start? I'll start.
Well, why not?
Okay.
You're the vice chair, after all.
All right. I've listened to all the testimony, and
Talk into the microphone.
I've listened to all the testimony, and I've made 3 pages of notes, and I think it's a very creative solution architecturally. I think it's very well done, very well thought out. My concern basically goes back to comments that Lee Solo made right at the beginning. Density, floor area ratio, and parking. I think it's a very creative use of the building, and I think it's well done, but I think there are too many units. And I recognize that there are issues that are non-planning related, economics, that may force it. But nonetheless, it's a slightly lower density would basically resolve a number of problems. Lowering the number of units would allow the stairs to go inside, which would which would add to the open space outside, which would allow for You'd have less parking. I mean, everything goes together. So I think, although I like the adaptive reuse, and I think it's a great building in a very, very good location, I really think it's just too big. Okay, thank you.
Do we just want to go down the line, or does somebody else want to?
I came in tonight thinking that I would vote against it, but I have been very impressed with the community response. I've also toured the building, and I realized that so much effort has been put in already on the design, and I do agree with Mr. Cohen on the issue of the density, but I guess what I'm concerned about is if we vote against this, the nightmare that the replacement could be a McMansion is not a very savory one, and I have to keep thinking of that. I think anyone with any feeling would be concerned for the density, but I'm not happy with the alternatives, and I guess that's as much as I can say. I
also had questions before I toured the site last week, and a lot of them were addressed. I thought it was somehow they were going to squeeze in an extra floor, and then I understood about the mezzanine, and that made a big difference on that point. I also like the fact the building's going to be saved if they're able to, if this passes. I'm not so bothered about the density or the size of the units because, I mean, just on a personal note, because I don't know what the square footage was, but I grew up in a very small apartment, and I think it's not, we live in a town that has huge buildings, and I don't think everyone wants to or needs to live that way. And it just feels to me like it isn't perfect, but it fits in very well with what I'm hearing from neighbors, and not everyone's in agreement, but to me it just feels like it's a good solution on a number of counts. So I'm favorable towards it.
Want to say something? Sure.
Sure. So I am in favor of the project generally, and I actually like the density of the housing. I think that's the example that we need to see more of. I can definitely understand the concerns of the neighborhood not wanting to have other developers come in and put that kind of density into this one neighborhood. And so that is a valid concern. I'd like to see that kind of density in other neighborhoods, and there certainly are other places in town, the other side of Nassau Street, where I live. I mean, I'd be happy to see something like that, but nonetheless, I think it's also really important that the building is being preserved. I don't like the idea of making a decision to say yes to this project because the only alternative is that it would be torn down, and that wouldn't be why I would vote for it. It would be more the idea that it's important that it would be saved. And I do think this developer is coming with an option to ensure that the memory of what the building provided for so many years to so many in the community would still be there. I don't know about feasibility of looking at alternatives and what that would do to the developer's plan if they had to put the stairwell inside. You know, that's the only, I mean, or add another affordable unit, which of course would be ideal. But other than that, I mean, I think it is a very viable solution. And I was really surprised to hear from so many people in the community that they, you know, were so in favor of it. So that really moved me a lot. And like I said, I don't see the density as being that big of an issue. It's, you know, it's maybe not the kind of units that a lot of people that are here tonight want to live in, but I do think there are people that want to live in a smaller space, and it's a shame that we have nothing in Princeton to look to. So I like the idea of this design, you know, this thoughtful use of a space and turning it into a home for 10 either individuals or possibly families. It's just, it sounds awesome to me in that way. So that's it.
I also appreciate that
this proposal will maintain the building that's there as part of the fabric of the neighborhood and the history of that building that's been there for so long and for so many people. I do think that some of the issues, the FAR issue, I think is part of it, stems from the slope of the neighborhood and pulling that basement story out of the ground in such a way that it does get counted, whereas in many other lots, the basement would not have been counted. So I do think that in terms of FAR, there is a very particular situation with this lot that raises their FAR above what most other lots in this town would be raised to. I think that the apartments are small. I think that the density is fine in the neighborhood, and I think I'm not that worried about the parking. So overall, I support the application.
Well, first of all, I think that the design is phenomenal. I love what you've done with the space. I think it's incredible. What you
Put more in the microphone.
Sorry, I love the design. I really admire what was done in this space. I'm concerned, I basically feel the same way that Steve does. I am concerned about density. Parking, I get what you're saying about parking. It doesn't bother me as much. I don't like doing these things with a perceived gun to my head. I don't believe in an all or nothing from a developer. And I'm hoping I am misinterpreting that from the presentation this evening, because it kind of came across that way. If there's a choice between this or a McMansion, I'm very tempted to say, go for the McMansion, show me wrong. I'm not happy at this point with the density. It bothers me. I applaud so many of the things that are going on in this, but it concerns me. Perhaps I'm a lone wolf or lone voice in the wilderness on this one, or maybe I'm just taking what Steve has said to a different level. I am so in favor of you guys adapting this and keeping the envelope and doing all these wonderful things that you're doing to the building. I'm not comfortable with the density, and if it's an either or, then if you're forcing me to say yay or nay based solely upon this application, I'm not in support of it.
Okay. I have a strong feeling that we need to look at this as something that might introduce sort of an exception that other people could play on. And I think the fact that this building has got a real historic importance in a district which will one day be recognized as an historically important district to the town, I think that the building and the nature of the district in which it is situated are going to make it very hard for other people to try and exploit anything we do this evening unless they've got a very, very similar situation. I believe that the apartment sizes are small, but then I went out and I started looking at apartment sizes that were being built elsewhere in the country, and 500 square feet and up is not uncommon. And I was brought up in wartime England, and they made prefabricated houses which were plonked down, and they were just a little bit bigger than 500 square feet, maybe 800 square feet, and you could actually get a family living in them. So I think from the viewpoint of being useful, habitable space, the proposed apartments in this building are quite reasonable. The parking issue, I think we've met before. We have had people who say, well, the people who will live in this place will not have cars, and so on, because there was not a providable parking space. To provide one parking space per unit seems to me to be, in this day and age, reasonable, particularly as you've got one bicycle rack per unit, and so, you've got a combination which makes sense. The usable open space issue outside is difficult because it is mainly taken with parking and garbage, but I think that the nature of the landscaping that is being provided, or is proposed to be provided, is going to make the building less harsh, particularly in its surroundings. And to have a parking lot with some trees along and a picket fence is a lot better than a wire fence and just a tarmac macadam surface. The issues of, the impact of the building on the neighborhood, the increased thought about drainage and things of that sort, the thought about exterior lighting and that sort of thing. The noise issue, I believe, is well served by having the heat exchanger systems on the roof. The noise with the parapet will tend to go up, and there's an ordinance anyhow that says it's got to be below some value, and I'm sure that they can meet that value. So from that viewpoint. In the beginning, I disliked the idea of having the exterior stairs, and then I looked at the building inside and thought you couldn't really put a decent interior staircase, so you're going to be forced to do that. And so having this unit in a very different and distinct architectural style, so it doesn't look cutesy, as if you're trying to make it look as if it's been there for 200 years or whatever, I think that is aesthetically, which we have no right to talk about. But I think that that's not a bad compromise. From my viewpoint also, it provides a better fire escape type of access, and with a locked entry door, it's unlikely to be a place where people just wander in and loiter, which is, again, in high population density areas, sometimes a problem. So all in all, I think the floor area ratio issue, which in part comes about because of converting a mezzanine into a complete fourth floor, is something I can just sort of say, well, this is a unique space. We're not going to be faced with this issue again. And I think that since the exterior of the building is not being increased in any dimension except for the isolated or the connected stair tower, I think that I don't mind having that much additional floor space because it does make the apartments more livable, and that's what we want. We want livable apartments of a reasonable size in an historic district. So my own feeling is that I would vote in favor of the proposal that we have received. But we need to keep on our discussion to make sure that we're not misleading each other.
Well, I just have a question. What in the testimony, I guess I'll call it the planning testimony and the traffic testimony, was convinced you that the variances requested were justified by the testimony? I mean, as opposed to I'll call it a subjective decision that this would be a nice project. It will be a nice project. The saving the building is I think very important. But in my opinion, listening to the testimony, the overlying justification for making the project this big was economics, and everything else stood behind that to justify that. And again, in my opinion, the economics with the justification, and I understand that because I face that a lot in different projects. Economics control everything. But, you know, from a standpoint of approving variances, what criteria do we have, and what criteria can you justify doing that under?
Well, I thought the only, as I listened to the arguments, I felt that the number of potential dwelling places that the configuration provided was a positive criterion. I think that we need that type of apartment, you know, in the town. I believe it does. It changes the nature of what you might want to call gentrification, if that's not a gender-related word. But so I felt that was a positive thing. And I think from I think most of the other issues have been, in a way, dealt with in the best way possible, if we think that preserving the building is a valuable and positive contribution to the community. And again, I think we heard a lot of evidence from the audience this evening that is true. It's a building
I agree
that needs to be saved, and then the question is, how do you best save it, and what are you prepared to pay for it in terms of...
Yeah, what's the payment? I think preserving the building is critical.
Yeah.
But can the building be preserved at 8 units, 6 units, whatever the number is? Can it be preserved at that, or is 10 units the number?
Can we ask that of the, I mean, I know we're in executive session, but I'd be interested in learning more about that, whether or not it can. I understand it's economically much more beneficial to have, you know, to get every last ounce of rental income from a property. I get it. It makes perfect sense. And as a business owner, I would want to do the same thing. That being said, we're giving every imaginable ordinance, it seems, that's written on the books for this project. And the driving reason for it, as I understood Steve to say, is their economics. And again, as somebody who is pro-business, I support it, but I'm not really comfortable with that. I don't know if there's another way of doing it. We're being told by our authorities, by our professionals, by our people that we turn to, that these are issues. We're being told that the FAR is an issue. I agree with you on that one. We're being told parking is an issue. I also agree with what was presented tonight on that one. The density issue, we had one person in the community come up and say to us, look, within that block, there are people who are renting an apartment and then subletting it to 27 different people. Is this going to happen in this building? I have no idea. Does anyone up on this board have any idea about that? Of course not. That's that neighborhood. Gentrification, fine. Maybe at some point in time they'll be able to put something in the lease that says you're not allowed to sublet, or you're not allowed to have more than a certain number of people in there. Okay. The question that I have is, I love the idea of keeping the building. I love everything that they're doing. I'm happy with the stairwell. I'm happy with everything. Do they need 10 units? And is it economically feasible for them to do it less? Because then all of a sudden, I'm not facing the density issue that every single professional that we turn to for advice is telling us is an issue. So if we're allowed to ask them that question, I don't know, Chairman, however you want to proceed, but I'd be interested in learning more about that.
I would like to make one comment, because what I hear the board talking about is the economic feasibility of the project. And while that's important to the developer, I have concerns if that's the driving reason behind your approvals tonight. You've heard testimony from the applicant's planner that they feel they've met the positive criteria, in this case special reasons for the application, meaning it promotes certain purposes of zoning, and they feel they have met negative criteria, meaning no substantial detriment to the neighborhood master plan, zone plan. With an FAR variance and a density variance, There's one additional aspect to look at, which is that can the site accommodate the increased density in FAR? The applicant's presentation to you was, yes, it can. But I think those should be the factors you're looking at, and not whether this applicant feels economically they can make more money with 10 units. The other thing I want to point out is that although the applicant has asked you and presented this as apartments, the fruit of the ownership will really still lie with them. So in the future, and I'll ask Mr. DeGrazia, I assume you don't want to limit yourselves to using them as apartments, correct? Or are you?
I missed what you said, and I didn't understand.
So your client's position is that you want it approved as apartments, and that if you want to change this to ownership, you have to come back?
I can't hear your response. Could you use the microphone? It has to be turned on as well.
Yes, that is our application, and that's what we plan on doing. We're here for the long term as members of the community, and if it makes the board more comfortable to put a restriction, we're fine with that. We come back before the board if we want to change that. Simple.
But I do think, Harlan, that you're raising a good point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I just say one other thing? Because he whispered in my ear.
Yeah.
We are also very strong on not allowing subletting or multiple families, and that will be regulated. We will have it in the lease, and if it's a breach, we will actively go after and evict if that's the situation. And it's on the record, and we're going to be very clear about that.
Thank you, Mr. DeGrazia. So I think, Harlan, you're bringing a good point out, and that's the guidance I would give the board tonight. If you like the application, you feel they've made the proofs, that's fine. But with this application and any application, it's very difficult to assess degrees of economic feasibility. So in this case, I would encourage you to focus on the criteria that you feel they've met and why you feel it's a good project, not because this developer doesn't want to do it unless they can have a certain price point and income for the property. I realize that's a practical concern for the developer. I'm just saying for this board, in terms of granting a variance, I wouldn't encourage that to be the reason that you're giving it the approval tonight.
And if I may add, we talked about the economics, and I agree, but we talked about the economics because, and the density and the size of the units as a way to keep down the cost. And that really flowed from our interpretation and our discussions with the neighborhood. And clearly, as you lose units, you increase costs to make it work. This is not an easy project. I know some of you have been there, you've seen it. We've had at least 4 different sets of contractors in there. It's not an easy task to convert this space. It's a very expensive redevelopment. And we only talked about that to let you know, and Harlan, to just be clear, we're not holding a gun and we're not saying it's either or. What we're saying is, as we went through and met with the neighbors, there were performers we did, and we found that it worked for us at 10 units. And it also worked for us at 2, you got a 7,000 square foot building now, 8,000, something like that, splitting it into 2 units and selling it for $1 million, I don't know the exact number, but $1 million something, or, whatever it is. We looked at that and we said that's a feasible option because it works for us. It's not something we want. It's not something the neighbors want. The people that we talk to all want us to drive to find some way to find a balance with cost-effective housing. And that's really what was our driving force, and that's what we presented. I just wanted to pick up, Louisa had mentioned something that was pretty astute with the floor area. and I think it was lost and we never really talked about it. When you look at your floor area calculations, you exclude basements, and that is based on, how much is below ground. And when you take a look at the existing building, the existing conditions, I think we can have someone testify, but I think we're like 4 or 5 inches off, something like that. So if we played around with the dirt or whatever, or changed the elevations and redid the plan, we could actually maybe qualify or work with it and do it in a way that it would qualify as a basement. We're not proposing that. We don't think it's a better design. But you know what happens? That whole floor comes out of the calculation. That's no longer floor area. And then...
I'm sorry, excuse me for 1 second.
So
do I understand you to say that if you were to do something different, then you'd be meeting the criteria?
No, we wouldn't meet it. We'd still be over, but the number would be removing a whole floor. What's the dimension of a whole floor?
It's 2,400 square feet.
So, you're dropping a tremendous amount. And then when you're looking at the numbers, they're not so
You're
crazy.
still at 68 units to the acre.
But you see, there's no calculation that says 68 units to acre. What the calculation is your density is based on the number of habitable rooms. And we can get the chart in the code.
Yeah, okay.
It says you have a habitable room, you have this much space you need. So the lot is this lot it is. We're not starting, like I said, this is adaptive reuse. And so if we build, it's kind of funny because you could have one unit with a tremendous number of habitable rooms that will have a more open space requirement, than a multi-unit, depending on how you calculate the habitable rooms and how many rooms there are. What I'm saying is, we're trying not to get caught up in the game of the definition and is this a basement, is this not a basement, can we, make it work. When you look at the volume, that's really what we're working with. And when you look at our planning testimony, we talked about, listen, here's all the positives, and when you look at the negatives, there's not one criteria that it's worse than it is today under the existing permitted use, like parking for a club.
But you're changing the use, so you put that aside. Yes,
We are changing the use.
The criteria now, the use of the building, the
It's all
parking and
different.
everything will be better than it was.
Absolutely.
But we're changing the use, so you're looking at the use now, not what it was.
Yeah.
Look, I want to see it get done. I really think it's a valuable building and it should get done, and I think it's well done. I think that it's just too big, too many units. And I don't see the justification for it. I don't see in the testimony enough justification to warrant the variances, other than economics.
And, it's diversity of housing stock and lower price units is really what we were saying.
But it's an economic decision, not a planning decision. And there are parking issues and everything else.
But going back to the use change, though, we're changing, so they're asking to change the use
Yes.
from something that was an anomaly or the unique use in the neighborhood to now something that really fits in with what most of the neighborhood is, which is residential.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that's separate from the density issue.
I agree with that, but you still, from a practical standpoint, you don't have enough parking. And the parking is a function of the number of units. And the number of units drives the stair outside, which reduces the open space. I'm just trying to create, in my mind, hang on, Barry, I'm trying to create a rationalization for justifying the variances based on the testimony, and I just don't hear it. So other than economics, so that's my opinion, and, it's...
It seems to me that the parking issue, in a sense, has been taken care of. We have one parking unit per apartment. And if you look at the nature of the neighborhood, there are many houses which don't have a parking space associated with them. And it seems to me that in this day and age, for a building in, I call it the middle of town, for want of a better way to put it. One parking place per apartment is not an unreasonable number, and if you want to have 2 cars, you can find a garage somewhere else and keep the second car there, if you live in this place. And that's just what living in a town implies. Now, the number of units per acre is a worrisome number in some senses, and yet why is it something we are concerned with? If it was a new structure and we were building and putting in a vast number of units per acre, then we would probably say, no, that doesn't make good zoning sense. But we have a structure here already, and it's being adapted from a use which would have a much bigger impact in its later years, at any rate, on the surrounding community than a group of apartments in that same building would have. And the fact that if you do the calculation on the back of an envelope and it comes out to be N units per acre, which is bigger than the zoning says it should be, in some senses that's because when we put the zoning in place, we didn't look at what was there already. And so and this is why we have a lot of cases that come before this board where,
But you still have practical criteria to deal with.
That's right.
At Avalon Bay, we have I forgot what the parking was, 1.2. At the Waxwood, it's 1.3.
Yeah.
But we're 1. And we have no street parking. So, look, no overnight street parking and no ability to use the adjacent lot. Look,
there's a parking lot within 300 yards, I'm sure.
But it's not available to these people.
No, but couldn't they park isn't there overnight parking in town in a paid garage?
Yeah, they can park in the garage, exactly.
So when you lease the apartment, you're told that you're leasing the apartment with 1 space, and if you have another car, you'd have to make plans for that car. So I don't see how the parking is an issue when the person that's going to be living there is going to know before they move in that they're limited to 1 spot, and if they want to pay the overnight parking, they could go. They're not going to be able to utilize the town parking, so they're not going to take that spot from somebody else. We know Princeton loves to ticket, so good luck if you want to park on the street. I mean, the parking just seems like it's been addressed. It just seems like, okay, generally there are these requirements and we ask for 1.25 spaces, but in this instance we're going to permit them to have 1, and the justifications they've provided seem quite reasonable, and it does seem that the parking is going to meet the demand. I mean, I think someone who wants to live in a 500 square apartment and is attracted to a place because it has a bike rack probably isn't going to be the biggest driver. I mean, a single person, and I think several of those units are very well, particularly the 500 square feet units, suited for 1 person.
But the 1,000 square foot unit. I understand what you're saying.
I appreciate everything you're saying and the concern, and of course you have much more experience than me. It just does seem that, there's an issue with the parking. Justifications were provided on balance. They do seem to address what those concerns would be. So I think the parking, the density, maybe I could see some of the issues with that being more of a concern, and wanting them to address why there needs to be the 10 units, but there has been some justification for that too. According to their neighborhood outreach, one of the concerns was that these apartments be affordable. And so by adding additional density, they're able to keep the cost. Obviously we can't force them to charge the rent that they're saying they're going to charge, but
Look, if their neighborhood outreach was to the Palmer Square residences, then I can understand those rental rates. If their neighborhood outreach were to people walking down the block, those rates are not applicable. So, with the neighborhood could be the entire neighborhood of Princeton, and then maybe it makes sense. If neighborhood is this specific historic area, those rents are not going to be what a third-generation person from that area would be paying.
They might not necessarily be what a third-generation person would be able to afford, but I do think they are an apartment. They offer an option for housing that does not exist in this community. There is nothing like, there's nothing in the town of Princeton.
I don't know.
There's nothing reasonable like that. It's very hard to find an apartment.
I think, I understand what you're saying. I think I may be leading everybody to digress a little bit, and I apologize if I am. Could we revisit the density issue in the report that was presented before?
Can I ask one question before we do that?
Please.
We have no ability to regulate the rents. So right now, and I understand in their criteria is 1,500 to 2,500 in that range. But if costs go up, construction costs go up, development costs goes up, that number can easily fluctuate. So there's no commitment to that
Yes, I totally
rent.
agree, and I did,
Okay.
I did say that. I did say that there is no restriction.
But we regularly, on this board, approve variances for people in this neighborhood to reconstruct, renovate, build higher, single-family homes that do sell for $1 million. I mean, I don't think this can't become our discussion. We can't control the market, and we can't do that. What we're looking at here is what these people are trying to do with this existing building.
Yeah.
And we have to look at what this density of 10 apartments means for the neighborhood, and will it affect the neighborhood in a negative way? I think the FAR issue myself is not a big deal. We're dealing with an existing envelope, and they're putting apartments into that envelope. I think the parking issue, again, I don't think we're setting a precedent for, parking is a huge issue in this town, but I don't think we're setting a precedent for parking. This is a rental property there. Everybody's, given one parking place per apartment. It's not like it's a single-family home where we can assume that there will be 2 cars associated with that, and we really truly have to deal with 2 cars. I think this is an upfront situation where everybody will be very well aware that they are allowed to park 1 car in that parking lot, and then they have to find something else to do with it if they have a second car. So I'm not worried about precedent for parking on this one. And I do think that so I think that the density, although it's a valid point to bring up and to discuss, I don't think it is a problem in this particular situation.
Louisa, why not? Help me get to this point. I'm with you on the FAR, I'm with you on the parking. My calculations is even if they don't sublease, you have a potential of at least 30 people in that building. How? 4 people in a 2-bedroom apartment. Reasonable. You got 5 of them. That's 20 people. And then you've got another 5 apartments left. So is it out of the realm of reality? No. If they're looking to rent to students, that's why they have so many bike racks. I mean, how many students are going to be paying $2,500 a month? Maybe Princeton students, okay?
Well, the
but if you think about it,
studios,
real students, those that have to be on scholarship and fight for everything.
What is the size of the lot?
Yeah.
What is the size of the lot? Yeah, I don't see the dimensions on here.
450, more or less. 7,500.
Okay, so what are the length, width dimensions?
30 by 25 or something.
I think it's 125.
But, sir, if you're going to testify, you need to be sworn in. You weren't sworn in.
We're going to
so-
have our engineer take a look at the plans.
What was the question that you just asked? I didn't hear that.
I think Louis asked the
My
dimensions
point
of the
is
lot.
how many single-family lots that would be typical of this neighborhood would fit into your lot? 3, 4?
No, I don't think.
Say it again?
7,400 square foot lot.
Need 6,000 square feet for a single family and 66 for a 2.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's what we need, I know, that's what you need, but that's not what exists in the neighborhood, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, the average density in the neighborhood is about 13 units an acre.
And this would be,
And they're proposing 58.
they're proposing 58, is that what you said? Are those the numbers? Are those the numbers?
I guess my point is, if you divided this up with typical lots as you go down the street of McLean, or John, and you get 4 lots, so 4 single-family homes that exist now on a similar-sized lot, 5 people per house, you're already at 20.
yards in that
Can we just revisit, just so that
Okay.
I may have gotten lost in the fog of the discussion, so if we
Derek
can go
gave
back
you
to
what
that
the
density.
zoning requirements are. If you wanted a single-family home under the zoning, you need 6,000 square feet. If you want a two-family, it's 6,600 square feet. Most of the lots in that general area, whether they're single-family or two-family, I'm not certain, probably are closer to 3,000 or 4,000 square feet. And that, I mean, I haven't done a detailed study, but if you look at the tax map that's in the area, I think 3,000 is a good working number. So you have a 7,500 square foot lot, so you're really talking about 2, maximum 3 lots if you were building single family in terms of the density that's there. This ordinance is a little unusual in how it calculates. I mean, Derek ran through, and if you look at his calculation, that's assigns a lot area based on habitable rooms. By definition, and you've heard that mentioned with basements, an efficiency doesn't count. So there was no lot area even assigned for that. He calculated a lot area would be needed around 20,000 square feet, or a density of about 20. If you just take raw numbers, which is what I did to come up with the 58.3, and said, okay, if the ratio of 10 over the 7,500 versus how many units over an acre, that gets you the 58, and then we gave you a comparison of some of the recent redevelopment in the area, which was much lower. Merriwick Stanwith at around 12 to 14. I forget off the top of my head what the Waxwood was, Avalon Bay at 38 units, just so that you would have a sense in general of what the development is. The John Witherspoon neighborhood, while it has a variety, it has some very small lots where you have townhouses that are probably 20 feet wide. But in general, I think 14, maybe 15 units an acre is about the average for that neighborhood. And that's based on single-family homes that are, when you get up to Quarry and McLean, they're smaller. You look at Birch and Lee, they're a little bit wider. So Birch is probably, there are a few homes that are probably on 6,000 square feet. So you have a range of uses. I don't think anybody is saying that the proposal doesn't make sense. It's unique because they're adaptively reusing the property. The staff wanted you to be aware of the trade-offs. It's nice to preserve the building. I think that's a benefit. It's a plus. You've heard from the community it's an important building in the neighborhood. Some of the board members have said, and that's where staff was, it's a higher density than normal. Are there enough benefits to the community for that? And that's the tough decision that I'm hearing you struggling with as a board. So the density could be viewed as one of two ways. The lot area calculation, that's in Derek's report on, I think, page 3. And then mine was just looking at a gross number, because that's more typically how zoning is done. It's so many units per acre. I hope that answers the question.
That is helpful, but one comment. I do think it's important to view the density in the totality of the circumstances. It's such an unusual, it's not something that's being proposed as a general measurement that we're going to be seeing all the time. It's an adaptive reuse. It's a very unusual circumstance. There aren't other buildings like this. It's hard to just compare, you're not comparing apples to apples.
We now have an Asian developer. They're used to building these tiny micro apartments in Japan. Instead of having 10 units here, they're going to put 37 in here. We'll still have the same parking issue, but we figured out a way to deal with the parking issue. We still have the same FAR issue. Not a problem. We figured that out. We're still dealing with density. What's the difference?
The difference is...
Where do we draw the line?
Let's ask the question maybe in the reverse direction. We know what density we're talking about here. What's wrong with that? I mean, is it just that something's been written on a piece of paper that said it shouldn't be that big? Or is there something really socially improper with having that density in this particular location? It's a reuse of an historic building. It's got a certain density which is being proposed.
It's close to downtown.
But it drives the parking issue, and it drives the open space issue.
Sorry, it drives?
It drives the open space issue, and it drives the parking issue. I mean, all the variances
No,
are...
we understand. That may be the issue, that I think we've taken care of the parking issue, even if not to your satisfaction.
Right, okay, that's fine.
The open space issue, what is it in those places? There are buildings on lots with hardly any open space.
Not a neighborhood known for open space.
Where you could hardly walk between it and the neighbor's house. They put a garden on the roof, and we told them they couldn't.
Doesn't it have more open space now than what it had originally? So it's actually, it is an increase from what it was, even if it's not ideal.
But it wasn't residential.
We're proposing
True,
some
okay.
open space areas. We're also removing 1,000 feet of impervious coverage, so you got more grass, more landscaping, overall better, more beautiful design. And the two issues that you raised, Stephen, were parking and, what was the other criteria? There was something else. You said parking and open space. Oh, the two.
Open space.
When you compare it to what's there to now, and the demand now, we're not looking at this, and I said it from the beginning, as a blank sheet of paper. This is an adaptive reuse. We have a building, we have a lot fully developed. When you look at adaptive reuse, you look at what's permitted as of right, what's there now, and you compare it. Parking. We're moving away from a use that drives 20 to 40 spaces, and now we have a use that we're controlling at needs 10. Open space, there's no open space. It's all paved. Every single inch is almost paved. And now we're bringing that green back. We're planting trees. We're putting in some nice paver areas, some sitting, park-like benches, and we have a nice monument to the history, which we thought was a really nice touch because it means so much to the community. This project is not a blank sheet. We're coming in with a lot of weight. There's a building, and we want to really preserve it and care for it in the future. And that's really the driver. And when you go through our planning testimony, you could go through each and, promotion of visual environment, promotion of historic structure, all of those lists. And I don't want to go through because we had the planning testimony. Took a long time to go through, but we hit all those positive criteria. And then when you look at the negative criteria, we're going through and telling you how we're not going to have an impact. This site can accommodate this density, accommodate this floor area. And when you compare it to what's there now and what's permitted, it's worlds away and so much better for the community. That's all part of this whole process. Because if you look at it on its own, on a sheet of paper, with nothing else, you're going to say, wow, there's a lot of variances. But we can't here. We have to look at how it exists today, what the current use is, and how we're improving it. If we improve it, make it less negative, make it more in keeping with that's a justification for variances.
Yeah, but nobody's arguing that putting apartments in there is a bad use. Everybody agrees with that. It's a great idea.
I don't think anyone would disagree with the thing you just said. Help me understand how 30 people in that building is a positive thing, and help me understand how it's not a negative thing, because you've got a density issue. The other things I'm happy with. I'm okay with the other things. Talk to me about density.
All right. I'm going to make... Density is based on the number of habitable rooms, and the number and the open space requirement adjusts based on a number of habitable rooms. We looked at that. I was just talking to them. We had a concept early on where we could remove 2 of the habitable rooms that would decrease your amount of open space. It will decrease the essential how much space you need. Like, for example, your density, your ordinance is really odd. Every habitable room, you have an amount of lot area required. And I think, Derek, you calculated it to be 20,000 square feet. Is that what you did? So for each habitable room, it adds on 2,000 square feet or whatever it is, and eventually you get to 20,000. So if we remove 2 habitable rooms, we can knock it down a little more, maybe 18,000 or whatever that requirement is. And if the board wants us to go that way, and it will decrease the amount of open space by whatever that factor is. That's something that we'll be happy to do, and we could do that to try to bring you on board, and we can show you, how we would do that, but, we really spent a lot of time just trying to make everybody happy, and it's very hard to make everybody happy. We think this is a really good project. We want to bring you on board, and we can remove
I don't
some of
control,
it.
obviously, I don't control the board. It's a majority vote, so I'm just giving you my opinion.
I'm sorry?
We need 5.
Yeah, it's
We
not-
need 5 affirmative
Five
votes.
votes for the density and FAR, and majority on the bulk variances.
I think we've been talking cyclically for a long time, and I think we should try and make a decision. And we can do that if we have a motion and a seconder. And then in principle, we are allowed, once we've got that, to discuss the motion. And then we can vote, if everyone's happy.
If it pleases the chair, I thought I understood the applicant to be saying that...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I thought I understood the applicant to be explaining that they would be willing to reduce the number of apartments in the building from 10 to 8, or did I not understand that?
Habitable rooms.
Habitable rooms.
Because your ordinance is based on the number of
But you just
habitable
make
rooms.
bigger rooms.
We could make an adjustment, so, we could show it
We
to
can
you if
show
you
you, we have
like,
it
but
drawings
it basically, makes the rooms a little bigger.
Basically, the...
Oh, no, it doesn't.
You're just
do it
knocking
like
down
this.
walls
It
and the
creates-
apartments are staying the same size,
It
huh?
could create a loft.
Sorry?
It could create a loft inside the double units.
Instead of it being a separate
So
room,
instead
they'll
of
just
having
change
2
the
full
design.
floors in the double units, the units that have 1 floor and a second floor, we're able to knock out a little bit of that area and create a loft, which will reduce floor area, reduce the open space required, reduce the density, because density is based
You're
on
having a loft in a room?
a loft in...
Well, instead of having a 2-bedroom unit, it would be a 1-bedroom unit, is effectively what would it be.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not sure whether that's
We changed the...
as kosher.
It would also reduce the open space that they would have to
And we could
provide.
change the mix?
Yeah.
I don't,
No, I think we should talk about the proposal you have on the floor at this moment. We're not here to try and design your building for you. I think we've talked around your proposal enough. I believe we should be able to make a decision about it, and you have to live with basically that.
So, excuse me, Karen, do we have one motion that includes everything? Are we voting on each thing separately?
I think we
No,
should.
I'd say one motion with everything. I'll ask you again, Mr. DeGrazia, so your client is willing to comply with the staff recommendations as set forth in their memos?
Yes.
Okay. Then-
Unless we discussed something that was contrary and pointed out, like, for example, like shifting the stairway in, we indicated that we were...
That's the Sprout
That's Sprout,
stuff. I'm
yes.
talking about staff.
Yeah.
They have recommendations, site plan comments.
Yeah, we reviewed them, yep.
Okay. Well, then, whoever, I assume the next,
And I just want to clarify, the plans that are being approved tonight are the plans that were originally submitted and deemed complete.
Right, and then we had there were requests in your reports, so we've incorporated some of those requests into the drawings, and those will be...
Correct. The only concern we had with the plans that you showed tonight, we haven't seen them. Obviously, the changes that we asked for you made are fine, but we're not sure what other changes you made.
No, only the ones that were requested.
Which is
in your-
fine, but we're basing it on the plans that were submitted with the latest revision of August 7th of 15.
And one other...
And the affordable...
Actually, there was one other change. The Princeton Affordable Housing Board
The
asked us
units on the bottom,
to create and make a
ground floor.
change to that ground floor.
And then one other item, if the board is inclined to approve the application, you should consider a condition. It is an adaptive reuse, and I've heard countless times from folks, I'm going to save the building, it's green, if they can't save the building, they come back to the board, would be my suggestion. You guys make that rule, but since so much is predicated on the existing building, it's a masonry building, and when you start tearing them apart, things go wrong. So I don't want to be, so what do we do now if it's 50% demolished? If it can't be saved, then the board should consider requesting that they come back to the board.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
Okay, so let's try and get a motion and a seconder. I'm sorry? In principle, I suppose.
I was just asking.
But if we can't get a motion, we can't get a second.
Mr. Chairman, if you'll excuse me, I was still waiting to try and get a little bit more clarification on that density issue. I think that would be very helpful for me.
I'm sorry?
I was still trying to get a little bit of clarification on the density issue. It would be very helpful for me. And if I can get some of that clarification, then perhaps I would be more than happy to go ahead and make a motion, but I'm seeking that clarification if I may.
Okay.
Guys? Would you like to see the drawings?
How can we try to help you?
Unit mix?
I mean, I think Lee, I presented it per the ordinance. The habitable rooms is per the ordinance. Lee looked at the greater community because you need a comparison. I mean, and that's why he took the units per acre. I don't know what else more we can discuss about the density. We've been talking about it for a half hour. I don't know. If you have a specific question, I'd be glad to try to take a shot at it.
So habitable rooms or bedrooms?
Habitable rooms are bedrooms or living rooms. A kitchen and a dining room without any partitions is not considered a habitable room. And in the past, previous interpretations have looked at efficiencies in that manner as well. So, I mean, it's an odd way to calculate density. I mean, a lot of communities do it based on habitable rooms.
Right, and I think as a staff, just to add to that, I don't think changing the number of bedrooms or anything like that really is any advantage, because you still, at the end of the day, have the 10 units. And if you divide that into the lot area and compare it to an acre, you're going to get the 58 dwelling units an acre. There's a calculation that Derek had to do as part of the zoning ordinance. None of us know why we do it that way. It's larger. You have to decide whether preserving the building and the adaptive reuse justifies what we consider quite a bit of increase in density. We shared some of the concerns regarding parking and whether it works. We had a lot of good testimony on that. It's a tough call, and you can see I think the board is struggling because it is a tough call. 58 dwelling units an acre sounds like a lot, and it is a lot.
But Lee, if we do remove some of the habitable rooms, that takes 2,000, that changes.
That changes the calculation in terms of what Derek did. You still have 10 units.
No, I just want to clarify that. What would... Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
Basically, I think we've got a proposal in front of us. We know how many rooms it's got. We know all of the problems associated with this from a sort of start from scratch zoning viewpoint. And the only reason we're spending so much time worrying about it is it's an important location with an interesting and apparently viable reuse of an important building. And I just think that's, in a way, what we're voting on, and we need to frame that in a way which is consistent with what our council says is a proper motion. And just vote it up or down. I don't think we're going to get anywhere else until we try that, to be honest with you.
Okay. I will make a motion to approve the variance on floor area ratio, which is a D4. I will make a move also to approve the density variance, which is a D5, as well as the bulk variances listed on page 4 of Derek's memo. I do think that it must be included that this is an adaptive reuse of an existing building, which is why I'm making a motion to approve these variances. And I also think it's very important that if during construction they find that this house is not, this building is not viable, that it all goes out the window and it needs to come back.
And could we add also that the applicant then will also, as a condition, comply with the staff recommendations?
Yes.
As set forth in staff memos?
Yes.
We have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a seconder. Is there any discussion that we need before we get the roll call? So the motion is clear. We've got a motion and a seconder. So will you call the roll for us then, please?
Ms. Clayton?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
No.
Ms. Coulson?
Yes.
Ms. Rockstrom?
Yes.
Ms. Suri?
Yes.
Mr. Tenenbaum?
No.
Chairman Rose?
Yes.
Thank you. It's approved.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate this. We understand how hard it was to discuss. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
If you find something wrong with that damn building,
We'll be back. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
don't come back.
Good night. Thank you.
Somebody goes to St. Paul's or something?
Yeah, people came in.
No, I heard that. It was very unusual.
Oh.
Like, oh, it's no problem. So I wanted to